Ladies and gentlemen, the minister will be entering the ballroom. Please kindly rise from your seat. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, Menteri Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains dan Teknologi akan segera memasuki ballroom. Mohon untuk dapat berdiri untuk penyambutan. Terima kasih. You may have a seat now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Good morning, Ohayo gozaimasu. Excellency Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Brian Yuliarto. Honorable Director General of Research and Development of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Fauzan Adziman. Honorable Chief Representative of NEDO Jakarta, Mr. Tetsuya Anjo. Honorable speakers, researchers, representatives from the government and agencies of Indonesia and Japan, representatives from industry and universities, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia-Japan Workshop on New Energy and Industrial Technology, hosted by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia in collaboration with NEDO. This event is presented to explore potential collaboration between Indonesia and Japan through NEDO. It is an honor to have you all here with us today. Excellency, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start this event, we will sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. For that, please kindly rise from your seat. Thank you. You now may be seated. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open today's event, I would like to invite Excellency Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Brian Yuliarto, to come on stage to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Honorable Professor Kiko Kishimoto, Executive Director of Technology and Innovation Strategy of the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, or NEDO, Japan. Honorable Professor Ibu Wamen Stella Christie, she will come soon, I think. Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, my colleague Dr. Fauzan Aziman, Director General of Research and Development, esteemed rectors, vice rectors, college researchers, and industry representatives, distinguished guests, prominent researchers, all professors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Ariyo gozaimasu. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to Professor Kishimoto Sensei, to our office this morning. Before this meeting, we have close talk about the programs that we will go together between Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology with NEDO. Sorry that you just arrived yesterday evening, Pak Sensei, and I trust you have the had opportunity to rest and adjust to the warmth of Indonesian's climate. Hope you are very good this morning. As we know that Indonesia and Japan share a deep-rooted partnership in education, science, and technology. Having been educated in Japan myself at the Todai, I have witnessed firsthand how technological innovation serves as the backbone of the nation's economic development. As Japan remains a global leader in this field, Indonesia sees immense value in our continued exchange. Today, through our collaboration with NEDO, we are taking a significant step toward an even more robust and strategic partnership between our two nations. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, as we know that Indonesia have a very rich in many fields, from the food, from the oil and gas, our minerals, our diversity, our marine. So this valuable things that Indonesia have, we should convert it to be downstreaming so that it will produce more industry in Indonesia, more value of our raw minerals, raw maritimes, anything. That's the task of university, that's the task of science and technology. So I really optimist, see your eyes here, the attendance here, very optimistic and very prominent professors, prominent scientists. I believe that we can do converting our our reach here in Indonesia to be downstreaming industry, more jobs we can create, more Indonesian people will work, and finally we will have more money and more wealth to our countries. So that's our challenge today. Can we as a university, can we as a professors converting, make a technology, take the technology to make it more valuable in our countries. So today's event is not anymore about fundamental research. NEDO is very advanced in technology development, and Japan, as we know, I think most of you coming here graduated or visited or doing research in Japan. We know very well Japan has advanced technology. They are very high spirit, high discipline lifestyle. So we have very rich mineral, very rich everything in Indonesia. When we meet Japan, we should go together to grow together, and we can make Indonesia as advanced country following Japan. So that's really our goals today meeting. I already talked to Kishimoto Sensei. They can bring big company to Indonesia, Mitsubishi, many things. So our job is how we can do it very fast, because we have to work very fast. Now is the AI era. United States just launched Genesis mission, Genesis projects. They said that the previous work spent 10 years. Now we just spend 10 months to do everything. So I believe to all of you, and our countries depend to all of you. Can our countries being the advanced countries, can Indonesia following Japan to be an advanced countries? I believe this is depend to your job, your position, your contribution. So this meeting will be very strategic meeting. I already talked to Pak Dirjen Fauzan. Maybe we will not spread to many projects, small project. No, we want to be maybe 5, 6, 7 projects, big projects. But all participants, all researchers, just do it together. So this is the time we have to make collaboration. This is the time we have to work together. And we also already contact to Danantara. Okay, so the Danantara will join as well with this project together with NEDO and other Japanese company. And let's work together. Maybe we can convert our quartz sand, for example, to be pure silica, and then pure silica to be silicon, and silicon to be a semiconductor. You know, Malaysia, yesterday I read that Malaysia depend on their economic about 25% from their silicon production. That's our neighbors. We same talk Melayu gitu kan. We eat same nasi uduk or nasi lemak. They can produce semiconductor. Why we cannot produce semiconductor? And their semiconductor contribute to 25% of their economic. Indonesia have very huge amount of quartz sand. And here we have our friend from NEDO, Japan. I believe they know much more about technology. We can work together. And many things. Another program, maybe waste to energy, maybe solar cells, maybe anything. Let's discuss together today, and we hope maybe next year we will have a meeting again like this, but at that time already we built the factory. Not discuss again. Not discuss again. Discuss, we do it already years from back now, okay? But now, next year, we gather again. Maybe not here, maybe we can do it in Kalimantan or Sumatra or Subang or another place in Indonesia. But at that time, we want to do it, groundbreaking, for example, for build our factory, for example, you name it, whatever. But we really want to go forward. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, prominent professors, and Professor Kishimoto, we truly value the partnership we have built and confident that our shared efforts will continue to bring prosperity to both Indonesia and Japan. We look forward to a strategic cooperation that contributes meaningfully to the growth and stability of our economics. May the bond between our two nations remain strong and endure for many generations to come. Again, I wish you a most productive workshop today. Hope you enjoy to stay in Indonesia. And Professor Kishimoto already assigned Anjo Sang to stay here in Indonesia. Even he already can speak Indonesia. So if he already put his staff here, so we have to work harder, I think. And let's take these big opportunities for us all here in Indonesia. Of course, we can invite more Indonesian researchers, Indonesian prominent professors to join this project, and we hope, we can produce significant impact to our nation through this collaboration. Thank you very much, and please enjoy your workshop. Let's focus how we can create the economic impacts from the university, from our research, from our innovation for our people of Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Excellency Minister, for the remarks. We will now proceed to the keynote speech delivered by Executive Director of Technology and Innovation Strategy of NEDO, Professor Kikuo Kishimoto. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here who make a small presentation to you. I would say Professor Brian Uriat, he's a professor of Tsukuba University at heart, and also the nice position in the Minister of Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology in Indonesia. Your talk today is encouraging to the not only Indonesian side, but also Japanese side. We are very hope to collaborate with two countries. Our industry, not only localized in Japan, but also we are working together in the other neighboring countries. Indonesia is one of the, I think, the best countries. One of the reasons is I come to Indonesia several times since the 19th or so long years ago. I not only teach, but working together with the Indonesian student, like Fauzan and Farid. So this is a good memory. And also I am teaching in the student in the ITB several times. Very, very nice student. And the cooperation between Indonesia and Japan will be much more successfully. So I prepared some slide. Could you use a slide? May I use a slide? Okay. Actually, I come here as a member of the NEDO, but also I come to here several times, I'd say, in the professor of the Tokyo Institute of Technologies. Perhaps I hope you know well about the Tokyo Institute of Technology. Some people come to Japan to study it. But this university changed the name last year. The merged with University of Dental and Medical Schools. My name is Institute of Science Tokyo. So please say Science Tokyo. Last month, there is a big news. The government funded a big, prepared a big fund to the superior universities. First selected is the Tohoku University. Second one is Science Tokyo. So government support to the universities to more than 20 years, 25 years, no, to that university be a top university in the world. So this is a challenging period. So the Kyoto and the Tokyo University in the waiting list, perhaps this year and the next year will be selected. But my former university selected that one. Then I think you are, some of you are professors in the university. Please cooperate with Tohoku, Tokyo, Kyoto, and Science Tokyo. I hope we have a slide. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you very much. This is a little bit busy slide. This is my background, education and professor experience. I'm working for a long time in the Tokyo Institute of Technology. And then joined to the NEDO. But before joining to NEDO, I come to Indonesia several times as an honorary professor of Ballroom Institute of Technology. Next slide, please. This is just a memorial picture with my student. Left-hand picture is perhaps Fauzan-san, Farid-san, and Bentan-san, and Nizar-san. They are one of my good students. right-hand picture is the marathon of the ITB. I joined the team. And a small contribution to the marathon one. You can see the most center of the pictures. This is my, okay, this is just my memorial, a few pictures related to the Indonesians. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to introduce you the NEDO, and also the, our center, TSC. Next slide, please. Perhaps you know about NEDO. NEDO is a abbreviation of the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization. This is one of the biggest funding agencies in Japan. Our mission is two items. One is addressing energy and global environmental problems. Second one, enhancing industrial technologies. Two missions we have. That means Japan have two major funding agencies. One is JST, Japan Science Technology Funding Agencies. They are mainly focused to academia, but we are focusing to the industry with academia. So this is our position. Our position is in between government and industry, university, and the public research institute. We are saying innovation accelerators. We are doing, firstly, we are planning to the formulation of the project. And then we propose to the government. The government prepares the fund. So we receive that fund to operate or promotion of the research and development by the industry, university, and the public institute. We do not have any facilities, just support to the industry, university, and the public research institute. To do this, we are needed the good planning. So our center is called as TSC. Used to be name of the center is Technology Strategy Center. But last year we slightly changed the name, Technology and Innovation Strategy Center. So innovation is one of the key words of our activities. And also our activity not only to the making a strategy, but also we hope to follow up the project from the beginning to the end. So role of our TSC is changing from the just paper working to the real project promotion. Okay, next slide, please. This is just the structures. NEDO has more than 40 years histories, but last year we changed the organization of the structures because our supporting project is changing, and also our budget received from the government is bigger and bigger. Then we reforming that one. And our center is a special role in the NEDO for the strategic center we are performing. We have an office in the Kawasaki. Kawasaki is very close to the Haneda airport, just outside of the Tokyo. But we are planning to the second office in the Takanawa Gateway, next to the Shinagawa. So JR Tokai, this is one of the biggest railway company, built 3 big buildings. So we moved to one of the facilities. We moved to one of the facility to that office. We have a meeting room and also the office there. Our team moving to that office. And then our activity is expanding. And also we hope to have a visitor to our office, and it's a good view. Then we are going to, planning to have a workshop, not only inside of Japan, but also international workshop. I hope to collaborate with you to making a workshop, not only here in Jakarta, but also in Tokyo. Next slide, please. This is a technology field we are coverage in the future. So, as I said, we have two major missions. One is energy and environment fields, another one industrial field. So NEDO very focused on the renewable energy, solar panel, and wind turbine. But also we are thinking of the clean coal, energy conservation, international expansion also. And the other side in the industry field, electronics, new manufacturing, and materials nanotechnology, robotics, one of the, they are the key major target of the R&D in NEDO. Next slide, please. So we have annual budget we have, but also the government give us additional fund to establish 8 funds at NEDO. The total money is around 72 billion US dollars. This is a very, very huge fund. This fund will be used for the development of the technology during the 10 years. At the moment, we are now in the 3 years, still 7 years we have. So we are planning to encourage R&D by doing this fund. Several programs is there. One of the issue relating to the, I think the Indonesia is a supply chain project. So this project is keeping a good shape of the supply chain in Japan especially. Japan has not so many minerals, natural resources. So the key material is very important for the industrial development. How to keep the good shape of the supply chain. So we are needed to cooperate with other countries by this project. Next slide, please. So next one is TSC and its activities. So this is a structure of our center. Our center is founded April 2040, around 10 years ago. That means that NEDO has over 40 years histories, but our center only around 10 years histories. So our activity is build up the new good project. So this is a structure. I'm an executive director, and also the director general, Tanabe-san. Tanabe-san comes from METI, Ministry of Economy and Trade. So we have 6 technology units. It's relating to our missions. Digital unit, material unit, sustainable energy unit, environmental green chemistry unit, bioeconomy unit, and agriculture and food technology unit. So we are thinking about this 6 pillar is a key Japanese future industry. development. Another unit is so-called the cross-sectional unit, integrated structure unit, international strategy unit, macro analysis unit, and standardization and intellectual property unit. So, and not only development of the technology, but also the standardization and keeping a good way of the intellectual property is important. So this is also needed a strategy. So we have this kind of unit. So our member is 82 people come from the industry, National Institute, and also the professor from the universities. So our team is a very diverse people coming together, and also they stay around 5 years. They move to another place. So we are not only the working people currently, but also we have an aluminum so-called society group cooperated together. So we have hope to have some of the hub of these activities. And also we have a fellow of related to the advisor of that one. This is the expert. Next slide, please. So viewpoint of our TSC is like this one. So we have 3 key issues. One is social and policy need. This is important. And also the technology development and the market. So we need to think about 3 kind of things together to build up the new project. So by this way, we so-called as winning strategy. Then our team spending on the day by day of what is a good project for the future. Next one, please. So this is a traditional way of our activities. So this activity is based on the linear model of the innovations. So from the academia to the industry, step-by-step way. By this time, we are thinking about to making a project. We spent 2 years or more years before our project to start. Firstly, we formulation of the technology strategy. This is the main role of our TSC. So firstly, the STP analysis, segmentation, targeting, and positioning analysis. By this way, which field is good for the future research? And also, we are thinking about the scenario to the implementation of the societies. So we spent more than 2 years. Then after that, we propose the budget to the METI. It takes 1 year. So after that, we are just launch the new project. It means we need more than 3 years to start that one. But long years project, we are deeply thinking about how to launch the new project. We succeeded in several projects by this way. So normally the NEDO project around 5 to 10 years project. That means that to go to the social implementation, how long we are needed? More than 10 years needed. Currently, the global change is very much rapidly, so we need to change the way to think about this way. So environment, surrounding, the target field changes and the concept need to be revised. So during the strategy formulation and the project executions. So we changed the way last year. Next slide, please. So concept, planning, project management, and social implementation are seamlessly connected together. So, and also during the project, surrounding field, surrounding condition are changed. We need to change the project. So we are going to manage a very flexible manner rather than fixed manner. So next slide, please. Please. So we're thinking about the 3 steps. One is concept planning and quickly build up the project and project management. So during the project management, we're thinking about how this technology implement to the social implementations. So working together, not only the project management, but also planning together. By this way, we hope to launch the project quickly and make a good result and social implementations. So we are thinking about contribute to the entire life cycle of NEDO project. Next slide, please. To do this, our scope is something like that. Used to be, we focus to the particular technologies. Then industry interesting to that particular technology for long years. So this is one of the good way, but social implementations, not only one technology cannot be succeeded. We need to combine with other technology to do that one. So then we are thinking about we need to get overview of the technology, not only particular field. Then we thinking about innovation outlook. We spent more than 1 year to spend innovation outlook. This entire overview of the entire technology field and identify so-called the frontier field. Frontier area means a new target. We are encouraged to the research and development. So then we are thinking about overview of the technology. After that, we focus to the particular field. Then we making innovation strategy. This is a new way of we are doing now. So once again, society changing. Then we need to do the future vision. Based on the vision, we are thinking about global and domestic trend of the policy, market, and technologies. So by this analysis, we are thinking about technology development and the solutions. Based on that investigation, we set up the new project proposed. Next slide, please. So just I briefly introduce in the innovation outlook. Next slide, please. So innovation outlook is version 1. Japanese edition has been published January 1st last year. But now we open to the English version in our website. If you're interested in, please visit our website. Then we published this report, not only the inside purpose, but also we hope to use it for the discussion with various stakeholders, not only in the Japanese, but also many other people. I hope to discuss these things with the Indonesian professors and researchers about innovation outlook. So we say this is a version 1. We continue to revise this paper for a long time. And discussion with the industrial people and also the academia is very important to improve that one. Based on that one, we set up the new good project many people want to do. So this is just a structure. This is a little bit too complicated one. So we say social challenges, vision of the future, trend analysis, market technology. Then we thinking about frontier area, like this one. I will briefly introduce you some of them. Then, and how we identify the new frontier. So we have 5 viewpoints: future potential, innovativeness, strengths of Japan, and risk and private companies, and economic securities. Then this innovation outlook will be offered to the Japanese ministry and other ministry, the government, industry, and other things. Next slide, please. So this is content of the Innovation Outlook version 1, the introduction and the future vision and the social challenges and the frontier areas that should be addressed to achieve them. Okay, next please. So what is Innovation Outlook? So we use a mission-oriented approach, which means identify frontier area in the Innovation Outlook, combining with our conventional technology-driven approach. So this is a little bit too complicated one. So, but we say we use 3 key procedures. One is thinking about mission and market. And the second one is function and value. So we say F, and technology T. That means we are taking a MFT analysis. So firstly, we are thinking about social changes. So social issues to be solved. So to solve the social issues, we are thinking about to build up the new value. By making a new value, we solve the social issues. To realize new values, we need to have new business and systems. To realize business and new systems, we need to have innovative technology and innovative technologies. This is upstream analysis, but also we are thinking about current technologies, upstream thinking. By combination of 2 thinking, we focus to the particular field as a frontier areas. Then we set up the project at these areas. This is a way of we are thinking about that. Next slide, please. So by set up the candidate of the frontier project, so we open to this idea to the public and ask to the industry and academia to propose the idea, their interest. So gathering this information, this we say RFI, request for informations. So we gathering this information from the academia and the industry, we rewrite a policy of the project. So this we say innovation strategy draft. By this, then we get a fund. I propose the project to the public. And some of the industry and academia universities selected as a member. Then we started the launch a project. This is not a complete project. Rather than feasibility study together. 1 or 2 years, 3 years. Then we are thinking about surrounding conditions and the activities of the countries. Then, during the project, we are thinking this project is a good idea. That case is we are making an innovation strategy. Then this project become a complete project or big project. So then we are thinking and promoting the project together. During the 3 years, we are thinking about good way of launching the national project. But if it's not the case, we return to the first positions. We modify the project once again. Then we are promoting a project. This circular activity is good for the current situations. So this case, project director, this is responsible people managing all things from the beginning of the innovation strategy draft to the innovation strategy. So I hope to have a good person to managing these activities. Next slide, please. So this is just to briefly introduce the content of the innovation outlook. Firstly, we publish the Propeller's future to be pursued beyond the innovation 2020. Just during the pandemic period, so we investigated many government policy papers, not only inside of Japan, but also the other countries, and also the books and several things. So we are gathering that content and analyze what is the value they are seeking by using the AI technology or something. Then we think about 6 value axes. That means environment, infrastructure, governance, economy, the certification and also social inclusions. This is the key values. Many people think about that. This is the integration of the many different ideas. From that one, we are thinking about the society we are targeting many kind of society. What is a society? Like comfortable and dynamic society, sustainable society, robust and resilient society, many kind of society we are hoping to build up. So this is the two visions from relating to the 6 value. So this is not inside this discussion, but also the many knowledge integrated together all over the world. So this is one of the, common thinking of the current people thinking about that one. So this is an analysis. Next slide, please. From this one, what is the technology making realize this kind of societies? And also, we are thinking about current technologies, mapping there. So, internally, vision of the society, outside of the current technology. And also, the society we are hoping to build up. So there is a place we are thinking about to build up new values. So from these discussions, we pick up the so-called as frontier regions. We are newly established a project. So next slide, please. So this one is something like that. At the moment, in the Outlook, Innovation Outlook version 1, because our activity is limited. But current situations, we set up the several new frontier one. So one of the things, conservation of the electric power, high-speed data processing, and mid to long-term storage of the energy for maximum utilization of the variable renewable energies. So, and you realize only limited, not only this one not covering the whole field, because our team mainly focus for the environment and the energy and the industry. So currently, our team focus is limited. Then only this one. But this one is also the promising one. Next slide, please. So our way is, once again, MFT analysis. By this way, you think about how to making new values by promoting R&D researches. Okay, next one, please. Next, please. So, once again, conducting by-earth view analysis regarding the energy field of the jurisdiction of TSC. Please. Based on vision of the future, the area from the bird-eye view as for the market, technology, and policy were analyzed. Then frontier analysis, frontier area which are addressed to the solve social issues were conducted by the 5 viewpoint. Next one. So finally, frontier analysis to be addressed from the starting point of the value were extracted and concrete instance of the method were depicted. Next slide, please. Okay, this is one of the examples relating to the energy. So energy issue is relating to the several things: production, storage, and utilizations. So we think about social issue, global trend, and 5 viewpoint. We think about this graph. The frontier area is somewhere around there. This graph is relating to the domestic to the overseas, and the other one is different from the underground to the space. So different height. So the mapping of the current technology, like this way, we find the open area to be as a target of the R&D research. This kind of things we are doing. Next slide, please. So this is an example of digitals. So we are thinking about the mapping of the several technology, and the frontier area is thinking about social impact relating to the time realizations. So we set up the frontier of these open areas like that one. Next one, please. Then, as I said, the project director is a key role of this project management. I skip this one, please. Go ahead. Next slide, please. So, and our model is, our way is not our original, but also this kind of activities is doing in the United States. One of the funding agency, ARPA-E are doing this model. And many funding agencies investigating the way of the ARPA-E. So we have studied about the project management ARPA-E. So the project director is a key role in the ARPA-E activities. So we transfer that idea to our model. We strongly cooperate with ARPA-E. How to launch the project is precisely and promote R&D research in the good way. I think this is one of the good way. Then we follow this idea. Next slide, please. Then we just started 3 programs last year, now undergo. One is relating to the material. Other one is natural resources. For example, this geologic hydrogen project is now popular not only Japan but also the many countries. So hydrogen is one of the key natural resources. Then we realize hydrogen gas is located underneath like oil or some other things. So we get hydrogen from the underneath. So that we needed hydrogen as much as possible. So this technology very related to the oil, but hydrogen is a different gas. How to get the hydrogen from the underground is also needed. So we started this project. So we opened the international workshop in the last year. Those several Indonesian gas companies participate this workshop. So I think the Indonesia also are the key frontier field, geological hydrogen. So the material also very important one. As said by the Minister Brain Uriat, mineral resources in the Indonesia is very, very good positions. We hope to working together. Next slide, please. Next one, please. So, and as I said, we publish version 1. Then we are thinking about publishing in the division of the Outlook. So we are thinking as a blank field. So we are thinking about second issues. We hope to discuss with you about the blank field. By making together, then we support to the project internationally. Next slide, please. So finally, I little bit introduce to the global outreach. Next slide, please. So we have, NEDO have 7 branches in the world. One of the branches in Jakarta. Next one, please. So this is just a map. Our office is located in this one. Perhaps you know this position. But if not know, please visit our website. I think Anjo-san is the head of this office. Arvi-san, also the member. Please come to the office and discuss of the cooperation we hope to do. Next slide, please. So our scheme of the budget is like this. Mainly, our funding to the Japanese industry and institute. So not directed to the overseas bodies. So we hope to collaborate Japanese university or institute working together with the international teams. By making a team, we can support a NEDO as a project. So how to build up the good project? We hope to discuss with the Japanese bodies, with the industry bodies together. Then we propose a new project, if possible, frontier project, together with you. Next one, please. This is an international demonstration project. Japanese technology come to other countries to demonstrate the technologies, working together with the industry in the other countries. So we are thinking about, by using this funding method to realize the project in the Indonesia. Next one, please. So this is an example of the implementation of the project. Several project one already started. So I hope to make a new list working together with you. So I spent a long time here. Next slide, please. So finally, the summary of my presentation. Please go ahead. So Innovation Outlook serves as a global communication tool, connecting diverse stakeholders and international players. NEDO TSC functions as an innovation platform, leveraging the technology intelligence in the global tech market. NEDO built mechanisms to capture emerging trends and shapes around the project, inspired by the API model. NEDO fosters global outreach to enhance international networking. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Kishimoto. You may kindly proceed to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next agenda, I would like to welcome the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Stella Christie. Welcome, Ibu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the remarks delivered by the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Stella Christie. Professor Stella, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salve, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Professor Kikuo Kishimoto, Executive Director of Technology and Innovation Strategy of the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, NEDO, Japan. I think it's such an amazing thing. I don't know if it's been said, but it's such an amazing thing that Professor Kishimoto was the academic advisor of our very esteemed colleague, Director General Prof. Fauzan. So this is really the time for Indonesia and Japan to work together. You know, what are the chances the Director General of Research and Development is actually has known the head of NEDO? So I've been very excited to really meet you. I went to Japan with DG Fauzan a couple of months ago, but at that time you didn't, I think we couldn't find the time, but very happy that NEDO actually is here. With us, we have Honorable Majen TNI Purnawirawan Andi Sumangguraka, Governor of Southeast Sulawesi. Of course, Dr. Fauzan Adziman, Director General of Research and Development. Distinguished rectors, vice rectors, colleagues, my esteemed colleagues, researchers, and also industry representatives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It's a very exciting thing. I already started by saying that it's a very exciting thing. It's called fate, you know, that we have such a strong connection. But fate must be helped, and I think particularly fate must be helped by the work of all of us. So it's a great thing to start 2026 in such esteemed company. As we stand at the threshold of the new year, I find it incredibly delightful to join all of you today. I think there's no better way to celebrate a fresh start than by gathering here to foster innovation and strengthen the bonds of our scientific community. I was very inspired by your presentation, Professor Kishimoto. I think there was a lot of lessons learned that we could implement here in Indonesia and together with NEDO as well. In the spirit of optimism, today I would like to emphasize the strategic value of international collaboration as a catalyst for Indonesia's research and development ecosystem. I myself have spent over 2 decades working abroad. I only came back I spent 16 years in the United States and 6.5 years in China before just last year I was called by President Prabowo to come back to Indonesia to serve as the Vice Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. So like almost all of you who are here, I actually am a scientist. I do not come from a political background. I'm 100% scientist. And I would like to share this story not to, for a very important reason. And the important reason is that the climate of research really is growing and considered to be very important. The President of the Republic of Indonesia first made a special commitment to create a ministry specifically for higher education, science, and technology. This is not to be taken for granted, because before it was one big ministry, but the President thinks that it is highly of utmost importance that science and technology is actually done by people like you at the universities, and that's why he created a special ministry. Second, I shared my personal story that I came from a scientific background. I was a PI, I work with industry a lot myself in my research, even though I do basic science and basic research, most of my fundings come from industry. I highlight this because I did not know the President before. Truly, I only got to know the President because of the kinds of scientific data that he asked me to advise him in the year of 2024. So I would never imagine until it really happened that that the President would give a chance to a scientist to actually occupy the role of vice ministerial. But I think this stands to a testimony and a commitment from the President that he really thinks that science and technology needs to be the backbone of the economy of this country. So Indonesia is very serious about its science and technology development. It's also very, very serious about the collaboration with international landscape of the science and technology. It is also not a coincidence that the President asked me to return back. He did ask that we, Indonesia, have a very outward-looking, have a very international perspectives of how to collaborate with internationally. I wanted to cite a few numbers, ladies and gentlemen, just to show you how important is international collaboration. Currently, if we measure the outcomes of our scientific achievement, the best way to measure it is by measuring the field-weighted citation index, or impact. And normalized around the world, of course, the field-weighted citation impact is 1.0, so normalized around the world. Indonesia's number currently is 0.84. So that is below the world's output in terms of quality, I say, not in terms of quantity. Because in science, what we care the most is not quantity per se, but quantity that is actually matched by quality. So in terms of quantity and quality, we are below the world's average. We're only 0.84. That's the data. However, the moment that Indonesian researchers from any institutions collaborates with international researchers, that numbers goes to 3.7. Sometimes it can reach to 5. So the impact of international collaboration is very huge. I want to assure you, ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are here, today is not ceremonial. You will see in just a moment, my talking here is a bit ceremonial, so I'll cut it short, okay? Because in just a moment, we will actually see actual funding schemes, actual grants, actual money that can support your research. Also, what's very important is to look at, just now, I think it was very impressive and very inspiration about how to think about your research. What is it that you need to plan so that the research is really supporting the national economy? Thinking about just now social social challenge and technological challenge, and to meet there in between, to really understand what is the best research that we need to do in Indonesia. Remember that we don't have to excel in every single thing. If we try to do that, we are not going to catch up. We do need to have some catch up. But we need to excel on niche areas that we are very good at in Indonesia. Some of them may be frontier areas, as they've been talked about by Professor Kishimoto. And it's very important that we analyze and understand what are those areas. And here, the role of industry is of the utmost importance. Because in any established system, whether it's in Japan or the systems that I've been in for a very long time, in the US or in China, especially in China, the funding from industry is as high, can be at least around 60% funding from the industry. And the collaborations between academia and industry is very, very strong. To just give a very concrete example, at Tsinghua University, where I worked before as a full-time professor, the research funding of 1 year in 2022, after that I don't know, but in 2022 alone is 1.2 billion US dollars, the research funding that circulates. 60% of that comes from industry. So the industry plays a very important role. And the second point that I want to say about the industry is that do not think that industry only funds applied research. That is the farthest from the truth. Basic research and applied research, at the end, doesn't have that much, that definite line in between. Eventually, you need to actually also be supported by the basic research in order to have the applied research continue to actually be applicable for the problems that you may not know before. So I am going to give my as an example. I do basic scientific research to understand intelligence in many different systems, whether it's humans, non-human animals, or artificial intelligence. So I try to understand how does intelligence is actually calculated in the system. And my research is, at the time that I came here as a vice minister, my research funding was $5.5 million US dollars. And all of them, 100%, come from industry. So industry is very important, and it's also very important for us to establish what are the actual pathways that will allow academia and industry to stand in parallel. That's a very critical thing. So today we're very, very excited that, I don't know if you understand how exciting it is that NEDO opens an office in Jakarta. So let's give a big applause for that. Because don't take that for granted, ladies and gentlemen. Do not take it for granted that NEDO actually opens an office in Jakarta. There could be other places that they open an office, and instead they open an office in Jakarta. And not only that, the office is very near to us. So we're really, really excited that this is to have the presence of NEDO that we can really learn a lot from and we can work together from. I want to stress again that international collaboration is beneficial for all parties involved. It's beneficial for us Indonesians. It's beneficial for, of course, Japan. It's beneficial for the academia. It's beneficial for the industry that who are involved. And we in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology is very, very serious about the involvement of industry. We really change radically how we work at the ministry in terms of research. Previously, as many of you know, rectors, vice rectors, the faculty members, researchers, you know that in previous years, all what we do when you apply for grants, it's an open application. We still have that to encourage those research ideas that come from yourself. But we also dedicate about 50% of our research budget to have what we call strategic grant call. So what does it mean, strategic grant call? We first asked the industry. Dirjen Fauzan and team has been very, very systematic and doing a lot of effort to go to the industry and ask, what do you need? What problems you want to solve? And for all those things, we collate them, we curate them, and then we throw back those problems to the researchers, to the universities. We think about it as problem owners and problem solvers. The problem owners are government, industry, whether that's national government or local or provincial or governments in the provinces. The problem solvers are academia. People who do the research can solve problems. And that's where we're going to generate economy. We're going to generate actual industry that is based on technology, that is based on science. Indonesia very much needs that. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Prabowo Subianto, as I said in the very beginning, understands this very, very well. He makes this not only a vision, but also a strategy. So it is time for us, given the opportunity by the President, given the huge support by the President, that we actually should work together with our international partners here with NEDO to really realize this industry-academia collaboration that uses actual strategy, that thinks about the social challenges in our country, able to identify many frontier areas that are fitting, that will bring a lot of economic benefits for our nation. Thank you, NEDO, for the trust and for the support that is already present. I think there has been, I just saw a number of slides that actually there has already been a couple of projects that NEDO started with Indonesia. So this is very exciting. We hope to scale up these projects, a lot more projects. And we also hope to diversify the connection. That's why Dirjen Fauzan invited many of you from many different universities. We are not focusing only on universities in Java, far from it. If we want to identify niche area, niche research that will be scaled up for industry, for the economy, we have to involve all of our regions, all our researchers. I myself with my team in a period of 1 year and 2 months have been to 68 universities in 27 provinces. And every time I go, I don't give a talk. I listen to the research of that university. So I know that we have research strength, but we just need to bring up that research strength with good funding. That's what we also hope from NEDO, right? And from the government. With good funding, good regulation, good strategy. So we are looking forward to the rest of the event today. We'll be hearing about the funding schemes. And I hope you really will think very seriously to each of you at the universities. How can you use those funding schemes? What are those niche areas? What are those frontier areas that Professor Kishimoto was talking about that you can develop in your university? What is that strategic area of research and industry collaboration that you can bring in? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you, Vice Minister Stella. Please kindly remain on stage as we will commence the exchange of token of appreciation as a symbol of appreciation towards a common interest between Indonesia and Japan in research area. I kindly invite Professor Kikuo Kishimoto to come on stage for a token of appreciation. The first token will be handed by Vice Minister Stella to Professor Kishimoto. Okay, and the second one will be handed by Professor Kishimoto to Vice Minister Stella. Thank you, Excellencies. You may proceed back to the seat. Now I would like to invite all participants to raise from the seat, as we will have a photo session. The photo will be taken from the stage, so please kindly move closer so everyone can fit in the frame. Please kindly raise from your seat for a photo session. Okay, give your best smile. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. The last one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. You may proceed back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next keynote speech, I would like to invite all participants to view the following profile video of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia.
Khususnya kita di zaman kita sekarang adalah sains dan teknologi harus kita kuasai. Di dunia modern ini, hanya dengan sains dan teknologi kita bisa menghilangkan kemiskinan. Kita bisa menjadi negara maju, negara modern.
Matahari yang kembali bersinar terang tak hanya membawa segudang harapan. Bersamanya hadir juga berbagai tantangan. Tantangan untuk menebar pemerataan ekonomi dalam sebuah wujud kemandirian. Tantangan memacu denyut industrialisasi dan hilirisasi demi menjangkau pasar global sebagai pemain terdepan. Tantangan memastikan tercapainya 8% target pertumbuhan ekonomi berada dalam genggaman. Sebuah harapan kembali disemai Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains dan Teknologi. Berjalan bersama, merangkai hubungan antara riset, pendidikan tinggi, serta dunia industri.
Masa depan kita akan ditentukan oleh apa yang disebut revolusi STEM. Kita harus bisa meraih, menguasai, dan ikut mengembangkan sains, teknologi, engineering, dan matematika.
Berkolaborasi menyusun peta jalan industri masa depan. Saatnya menuai karya nyata sebagai wujud astacita Presiden Prabowo Subianto melalui penguatan 8 sektor prioritas riset nasional. Teknologi pangan cerdas untuk menunjang ketahanan pangan. Kontribusi terkini pada ilmu kesehatan dan kedokteran modern. Kemandirian energi yang berorientasi pada lingkungan. Pertahanan presisi yang menopang kedaulatan negara. Teknologi maritim yang memaksimalkan potensi ekonomi biru. Akselerasi digitalisasi, kecerdasan buatan, dan semikonduktor. Material dan manufaktur maju untuk optimasi serta efisiensi produksi. Hilirisasi dan industrialisasi yang memberi nilai tambah lebih tinggi. Semua bersiap menjadi bangsa yang mandiri, berdaulat secara teknologi, unggul dalam inovasi, dan menjadi kekuatan ekonomi dunia. Semua berorientasi pada masa depan, menatap Indonesia Emas 2045 sebagai keniscayaan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short coffee break for 5 minutes. You may enjoy the refreshment provided outside this meeting room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our event shortly. Please kindly back to your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly back to your seat as we will begin our event shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to the next agenda, now we will hear keynote speech from Director General of Research and Development, Dr. Fauzan Adziman. Dr. Fauzan, the floor is yours.
Honorable Professor Kikuo Kishimoto Sensei, Executive Director of Technology and Innovation Strategy of the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organizations, or NEDO Japan, and as well as all esteemed rectors, vice rectors, colleagues, researchers, industry representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will try to expand some of the ideas that we are going to build synergy with Japan in terms of strategic synergy between Indonesia and Japan, especially in terms of how we build university industry roadmap for mutual economic ascendancy. Ascendance in the case that we see in 2035 or 10 years from now, I think is a good projection for us how we instill science and technology and R&D to our industry. So let me start with the first part. We see that the trajectory of Indonesia becoming more and more prominent in terms of our economy. And this comes with a projections that in 2035, Indonesia will be at around top 10 global economy, maybe as high as number 7. And then we see at the same time that we do have demographic dividend, which means that we have a strategic pivot to downstream our industrializations, and then makes that something useful for our economy. And at the same time, Japan at the moment is mature in terms of innovations, and also in need of building international growth as a key driver for Japan economy. So we see that two titans between Indonesia and Japan. We see also two trajectories that we may probably be useful for each other. So that is the key idea of where we are heading in terms of our partnership. So if we look into a little bit of detail of the data in the next slide. Indonesia at the moment, we are shifting our economy from extractive economy from few years ago, and more we focus ourselves to be involved in processing technologies, and one of which is, as we understand, in terms of our global economy from our nickel, something that we are working towards now. We see as well that battery materials will be more and more prominent, and green energy technology, which is where Japan is developing at the moment, is in the same trajectory of where Indonesia is going to ahead. And what we see here is, again, why Indonesia matters for Japan's future growth and vice versa. We see as well in the next slide that in terms of strategic convergence, transforming complementary challenges into shared growth opportunities. So we see a few numbers to the next slide. That Indonesia's solution path in terms of current productivity growth, we are in need of multiplying our economic growth into high income by 2045, which means that our productivity need to be increased by 1.6 times. So that accelerations will come with a few key strategies that we need to build. And then at the same time, Japan, with Japan's solution path, Japan is in need as well of labor. Indonesia, we need of high-skilled labor. Japan also needs, in terms of expansions of their talents, and at the same time, we are in need as well to expand the capacity of our talents. So we see that Indonesia may be a living laboratory for Japan in a way that will be useful for both countries. So Indonesia could be a test bed for Japan needs, essentially. In the next slide, for that reason, we feel that resolutions to this is we build a bridge of co-creations between not only university to university, but also university industry and university and industry of both countries. So Indonesia, we do have human capital, our growth market, and also natural resources at the same time. So we need to capitalize this well. And then talent mobility is one thing which I think we need to put as a key strategy, a very important one for Indonesia. And then at the same time, Japan has innovation capital, deep technology, and quality assurance. With joint R&D commercialization is something that Japan can transfer outside of the country. So we see that university industry link, something that we would like to encourage between Japan and Indonesia. So this is a symbiotic exchange between the two countries, so both sides will get gains. So something that we will put forward as key strategic development between the two countries. Now, if we are looking into some models of development of relationship or partnerships that we are pushing forward, we are building a relationship model called 2+2. To the next slide. Okay, to the next slide, please. Yeah, so the 2+2 model, this is something which we are working that hopefully with NEDO can facilitate in terms of strategic development. 2+2 means that university and university in Japan and Indonesia will be working together, and then they form hubs. And then industries in Indonesia working with university in Indonesia, and industry in Japan working with university in Japan. We are building this program currently, and then we are preparing some funding. So hopefully that we can build relationships, not only the top-bottom relationship, but also bottom-up relationships. So for example, if you have a research relationship with university overseas, especially in Japan, say with Tokyo University or Science Tokyo, or maybe Hiroshima University, and then Hiroshima University or University of Tokushima University, for example, with Universitas Brawijaya. So Tokushima University will be funded by NEDO, for example. And then when you are working with Tokushima University, we will fund your work in Japan, in Indonesia. So we can fund university in Indonesia, and then Japanese university will be funded by NEDO. So this is maybe a model which we can implement quickly, because a number of projects already running in Japan, and then if NEDO agrees, we can work with NEDO-supported universities in Japan with our university in Indonesia, and then we will co-fund by funding our university in Indonesia. So we will show some of key projects that NEDO running. So hopefully by the end of the workshop, so please do ask questions to NEDO, and also we will send you more materials, trying to see type of projects or fields that you are interested in. And then if you could then build relationship with university in Japan connected to that project, we will provide some co-funding scheme for you to run your research in Indonesia. So this is something that, a new program that we are developing. And in the next slide, so the 2+2, hopefully something which we will socialize more and more, but this is a key strategy that what the minister mentioned earlier today. We would like science and technology and our research will be the focus of development of future industry. So what we do is something that I think everyone may know very well. So we would like university as the anchor in the middle, and then we build a government industry link in between. And then key to this is something in the middle, in the center of the circle, which is we would like to do more development of technology transfer. So the technology transfer, especially you may have heard about licensing technology or licensor technologies. So Indonesia in need or critical needs that we build our licensing technology. And then for that reason, so Professor Kishimoto will meet Danantara later today. So we will sit down with Danantara. So one of which is program for waste to energy, as we know well. So we have large waste to energy programs. And then at the moment, all bidding companies are coming from overseas. So none of them coming from Indonesia. So we would like to change that by doing some relationship with those companies, and some of those companies are from Japan, by having transfer technology development. So transfer technology development means that we are going to build technologies not at the end of the development itself, not within the just industries, but also to involve university. Now, there are a few key discussions with NEDO, and then these are two that, to the next slide, that we managed to find from public domain, that strategic partnership between NEDO with our Ministry of Industry, and NEDO Japan with Honda Motor, Panasonic Corporation, Pacific Consultants, in building EV ecosystem battery swapping. This is for PCX, yeah. This is a Honda project. Yeah. And pilot locations in Bandung and Denpasar. So project scale 300 Honda PCX electric units and battery exchanger stations. And then the second one, apparently this is still on hold, but there were a few discussions between a few companies, including Pertamina New and Renewable Energy, Tokyo Electric Power Company Holdings, TEPCO, Yamanashi Hydrogen Company, and then through NEDO grant program. So something like this is what we envisage at the end of the workshop. We try to link up, and hopefully we can build a few key working groups out of this workshop. The minister mentions asking us to, can we focus on 5-6 key topics which end up or could end up with industry or large industry in Indonesia that we can support. So hopefully later on during discussions, please discuss your expertise and then things that we need in Indonesia and things that we can build and say candidates of 5, 6 industrial research that university can support. Now to the next slide, we try to also see a few of NEDO projects. I will not discuss one by one due to time, but feel free to get my slides. So these are all a few key projects sent by NEDO earlier, and then later on, I believe chief representatives of NEDO in Jakarta office will explain more. But ideally, we will understand key priorities of NEDO and then how we can support NEDO current program. And then in the future, hopefully we can also affect NEDO's in terms of NEDO's priority, especially some projects that they can build in Indonesia. So few of key ideas, for example, geothermal, biomass, biofuel, hydrogen, circular economy, power devices. In the presentation of Professor Kishimoto, we all seen that NEDO is working in a number of key industries aligned also to our priorities in Indonesia. Now to the next slide. Now I'll bring a little bit more detail in terms of how we can build a parallel path between the two countries. So Japan is a technological leader and also supply chain. Security is something that Japan offers. While Indonesia, we are moving toward from high to low carbon industrialization and value addition. So the two key that Indonesia needs at the moment, because one of which they link to each other. So both has its own strategic drivers. So to achieve 2050 carbon neutrality, Indonesia is working toward that achievement as well. And then primary instrument in NEDO. So NEDO is highly invested, as we saw earlier. NEDO in 1 year budget is $1 billion US. And then whilst Indonesia, we do have what we call it the downstreaming policy. Policy which is supported by whole government. And then we have key national assets, whilst NEDO has key technology priorities. So what I'm trying to do here is that in building relationship, we need to understand key priorities of our partner. So we see and try to link up with what we can do and also link with our key national assets at the same time. So geothermal could be one, nickel reserves for EV batteries, and also carbon storage, for example, development of EV. And we heard as well that it's not all about technical programs, but also NEDO is working to solve societal problems. So this is also aligned with the policy of our R&D, as we mentioned many times, that no R&D without clear problem statement, and then our R&D is all about supplying to solve our community problems. Now to the next slide. This is a little bit more and more some of potential formula that we can sit on with NEDO. So how Japan's need and Indonesia's asset meet through the bridge that we built, a university-led R&D. In Japan and also in Asia, it is being developed what's so-called AZEC. So something that we can as well be part of the framework. It's called Asia Zero Emission Community. So something that we should see in the future as very key important. So I have a personal experience in terms of development of zero emission program. So before joining the ministry, I used to work at Oxford University, but then spinning out a company. And then one of our clients was TMC, Toyota Motor Corporations in Japan. And then when we negotiate our deals through agreements, they always ask, with this project, how low CO2 emission can be reduced? And then we did ask how important this number is. And the mention is that number may be more important than the value of the contract, because future currency of project may be counted through the CO emission. So by understanding KPIs again of industrial in Japan, for example, I think future industry will depend a lot on how we reduce our zero emission. We can see how we build our technologies within our universities. To the next slide. So with that strategy in mind, there are 4 key things that we can build. So we try to link between our resource dominance-based country to meet supply chain security, which is again can probably be built with our relationship with Japan. And then our hilirisasi policy or downstream policy can meet the technology development. That will be again one good synergy. And then our massive demand growth in Indonesia can meet the Green Innovation Fund in NEDO. And then, of course, our geospatial archipelagic challenges can meet advanced maritime and grid solutions. So when you are later on talk with industries, hopefully you can see both sides, that what we can then support, but at the same time looking into what will be needed by our partner. So in the next slide, I will provide a few examples. So these are a few examples which, this is a preliminary, so we try to link up between NEDO priority and what we can support. So by all means, this is a non-exhaustive list, it's just key examples that I try to provide as a context. So first is, for example, NEDO priority is a CO2 capture and utilization technology. We have at ITB development of program Asian CCUS. So here is Dr. Bentang sitting somewhere developing some of key technologies over there. And then say in geothermal, I also will look at UGM. Prof. Danang maybe also sitting somewhere, I apologize. But then a strategic outcome could be test Japan's high durability drilling materials in Indonesian fields, while UGM applies its expertise in preventing silica scalding, a critical hurdle. So the reason why I bring this a little bit detail, so that when we become a part of partner with NEDO, we would like to contribute as much as we will get benefit working with them. So please be careful of understanding the needs of Japan and then priority of NEDO, and also bring what we can bring to the table. So another example is ITS, development of its laboratory of thermal engineering, for example. NEDO, as we learn, in need of fuel ammonia supply chain and thermal power decarbonizations. And we see that ITS advanced CFD modeling, for example, can optimize Japanese ammonia burners. So something that can contribute to optimize its process of co-firing through combustion physics. A few other examples that we bring, this is again to give context, UI, Department of Metallurgy and Materials, they develop and synthesize NMC cathode precursors. And NEDO is in need of developing next generation storage batteries and resource circulations. And then in terms of rare earth element, something which is well of interest to us, is partnership with Universitas Bangka Belitung, for example, where we understand that TIMA is there, or TIN, and then to deploy Japanese solvent extraction technology, and then from tin mining tailings, for example, to cerium neodymium, and this will assist us to then break our reliance on dominant RE suppliers. And then the sixth example is low carbon nickel processing. This is, for example, with partnership with Universitas Hasanuddin, strategic outbound to scale up Indonesia research on low energy atmospheric acid leaching, for example. And then the seventh is floating offshore wind of archipelagic seas. We see that NEDO priority in cost reduction for floating offshore wind. We understand as well ITS with its very famous Department of Ocean Engineering has some hydrodynamic modeling capability that can support. And then SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel from tropical biomass, could probably be supported by IPB on surfactant and bioenergy research center, for example, there to combine Japanese catalytic hydroprocessing technology with IPB's expertise in certifying sustainable feedstock, including palm oil waste, coconut residues. 9 is net zero smart communities. Here UGM could probably be part of in terms of next generation solar. energy management system. So hopefully that gives a few key ideas. To the next slide, this is a few key pillars which we try to analyze, and then by all no means that this is again exhaustive list. But we feel that Japan may be able or may be of interest to establish mirror labs in Indonesia. So mirror lab in Indonesia create twin laboratories where equipment, protocols, personnel are mirrored between a Japanese university and Indonesian partner, and then facilitate seamless knowledge exchange and accelerate joint R&D. So this is something actually pretty new, but we see in other countries. So for example, in Europe, more and more border becomes less relevant. And we feel as well for science and technology in the future, this may be also true. And then second is, we feel, of course, with the strong, our positions within our tropical country take advantage on tropicalization. So, for example, explicitly mandate Indonesian partner to test durability and performance of technologies, could be solar, battery, materials, under high heat and humidity, making Japanese technology export ready for the entire global south, for example. Something that, of course, we can offer. And then again, to leverage the AZEC or AZEC platform. Now, if I could stretch a little bit further, so this is a little bit stretching to the next slide, we would like as well to build Indonesia-Japan deep tech and startup ecosystem. The reason of this is because usually NEDO's funding of technology or R&D, their technologies already in applied stage, but they are not adopted yet by industry, because once adopted by industry, then industry will then, it's called exploration or explorative here. Because there's two types when you're developing technology. Either you do exploration or you do exploitation. So exploitation means that you don't develop too much on the technology, but you downstream them. But exploration is exploiting and then exploring and then do some more research. So in the end, we will hit a point where we need to push downstream and then bring our startup ecosystem to the table. So we see that Japan actually very active in this. We understand Japanese capital, for example, is ventures, is dominant force. So in the past, I was involved more in this area where part of development of with Japanese capital. And then also NEDO could be accelerator. So we could also bring JETRO, for example, to facilitate our market entry and then to fast track also Japanese tech. So something that hopefully not only we end up with industry, but also see the development of deep tech startup ecosystem. Now I think I'm ready with conclusions. So yeah, conclusion-wise, to the next slide. I think conclusion-wise is, I'll try to explain a little bit if I can, hopefully, to the next slide. A little bit in Japanese sense. In Japanese in the sense that it may help probably to have a heart-to-heart communication because I was raised by Kishimoto sensei for more than 22 years here. So he found me when I was at ITB. So 岸本先生まずは岸本先生と安城さんインドネシアに来ていただいて誠にありがとうございます。非常に今日ですね、いろいろ先ほどインドネシアと日本の戦略的に連携できればと思います。まずは2035年、10年後なんですけど、ただしこれからそれを向けたですね、共存の未来を導くのが、大学と産業界の連携を通じて相互利益を生み出し、両国の2035年の経済目標達成に貢献するできればいいかなと思います。まずはですね、その架け橋で、私も多分その一つの架け橋のコンポーネントだと思いますね。インドネシアと日本未来を導く産業連携モデル、いろいろあるかと思いますが、両方ともですね、インドネシアと日本、例えばグリーンな未来のための共同研究が両方とも一つになるようないろいろ戦略 プロジェクト、先もですね、ディープテックスタートアップの教育生で、今までに先生もですね、いろいろ貢献、インドネシアに非常に役に立つのがですね、人材の共同教育生、それもこれからも我々もですね、いろいろ協力して頑張っていきたいと思います。To the next slide. So we will close by just one sentence that I think that innovation isn't just about science and technology, but collaboration. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, DG Fauzan, for the keynote speech. The next keynote speech will be delivered by Mr. Tetsuya Anjo, Chief Representative of NEDO Jakarta. Mr. Tetsuya, the floor is yours.
Selamat Tambar, and Selamat Pagi, and Selamat Siang. Thank you for the introduction. Nama saya Tetsuya Anjo from NEDO. Fauzan-san, good, impressive presentation. Thank you. I'm Chief Representative of NEDO Representative Office in Jakarta. I have been assigned to Jakarta office since August last year, so I'm new in Indonesia. I hope to have many opportunities to interact with you in the future. In the previous session, Professor Kishimoto introduced NEDO and shared the future vision. In this session, I would like to introduce specific collaborative program to you. Next, please. Okay. This is the agenda for this session. First, I will introduce NEDO's international programs. Next, I will present a program, agenda page, back to, previous, First, I introduce NEDO international program. Next, I will present a program that focuses mainly on research conducted by universities and similar institutions. After that, I will explain the public call process for this program. And finally, I will share the key message. Next, please. Your first international programs. Next, please. While NEDO primarily focuses on technology development within Japan, we are also actively engaged in development and demonstration projects overseas. Today, I'd like to briefly introduce 4 key international programs that highlight our global initiatives. The first global program is an international demonstration project on Japan's technologies for decarbonization and energy transition. We call IDP. This program is designed to support private sector companies. It aims to demonstrate technologies that have not yet been introduced in the target country and to facilitate their subsequent deployment and widespread adaptation. One distinct feature of this program is its large budget, approximately 430 billion rupiah. However, since it is close to the business phase, participating companies, particularly large corporations, are required to cover about 50% of the project costs themselves. Next is the JCM project, number 2. The aim is utilizing the joint credit mechanism to quantify the amount of reduced absorbed greenhouse gas emissions achieved by using low carbon technology. The project has a budget to approximately 110 billion rupiah and NEDO covers the entire cost. Next, please. Third, the research and development program for promoting innovative energy and environmental technologies through international collaboration, we call RDIC. Eligible applicants for RDIC include Japanese universities, public research institutes, and private companies. After this, I will focus on this program in more detail. Before we move on the main explanation, I'd like to introduce the fourth program, which supports startups in expanding their technologies to overseas markets. This program is called DTSU, which stands for the Deep Tech Startup Support Program. This program supports the practical development of deep tech startups in Japan. It also allows for the inclusion of costs related to overseas demonstration within the scope of the project. Now let's move on to the explanation of the RDIC program. Next, please. This is a current program. In future, we can change a new program, like Fauzan-san said, but this presentation, current program. Next, please. As a previously introduced program project that aim to promote market dissemination after completion, such as through demonstration research. However, RDIC is designed to create innovative energy and environmental technologies that are expected to be put into practical use after 2040. Its objective is to develop and strengthen international collaborative research and development between Japan and other countries. Under this program scheme, RDIC supports Japanese research institutes that have entered into international collaborative research and development agreements with foreign research organizations. NEDO provides funding only for the Japanese side, so foreign research organizations are expected to secure their own research budget. We encourage foreign researchers to take advantage of RDIC to further advance their research by accessing the knowledge and expertise available with Japanese research organization. Next, please. This slide provides a summary of the RDIC program. Each project can receive up to 5.4 billion rupiah per year for a maximum of 3 years. Therefore, the project can receive a total funding of 16 billion rupiah. The subsidy rate is 100%, as this is a national commissioned program. As mentioned earlier, eligible applicants are Japanese research organizations. However, private companies may also participate if they collaborate with universities or public research institutes. In addition, projects cannot be conducted solely by Japanese institutions. They must involve joint research with overseas research organizations. A call for proposal is held once a year. Next, please. This RDIC program has grown steadily since its established in 2020. And to date, 36 projects have been carried out with 18 countries and regions. This slide shows several examples from past projects. Here you can see research on bioplastic solar cells, heat storage, redox flow batteries, thermoelectric devices, heat resistance materials, and solar concentration reactors. Next, please. This slide shows the foreign research organizations that have participated in RDIC so far. A total of 50 organizations have taken part. As you can see, Germany leads with 9 organizations, followed by the United States with 8, France with 7, and both the United Kingdom and Italy with 4 each. We also have participants from many other countries across Europe and Asia. In the case of ASEAN, a university in Thailand has participated in this program. They are conducting research on jet fuel synthesis. Next, please. This slide shows research team structure in the +36 project. If we categorize the representative organizations in Japan into 3 groups, universities, public research institutes, and private companies, the numbers are shown in the table. The structure of research teams on the foreign side is also shown here. On the Japanese side, there were 23 representatives from universities, 12 from research institutes, and 1 from a private company. Among the 23 projects led by Japanese universities, 50 were conducted with foreign universities, 3 with foreign research institutes, and 5 involved both. As you can see, universities have been the primary type of organization on both the Japanese and the foreign side. Next, please. As shown in the table, 5 projects have been selected last year, involving 3 private companies and 6 newly participating foreign research organizations. We have not had this project with Indonesia until 2024. However, starting 2025, we have launched the 2 projects in Indonesia. One is high-yield carbon recovery from palm residues via hydrothermal carbonization with brine. Second is international collaborative research and development of microorganisms for high ethanol production using palm oil residue with Brawijaya University. Both projects involve research and development utilizing the abundant biomass resources available in your country. I'll show you 2 themes of Indonesia. Next slide. This theme purpose is to dispose of waste and address global warming. Palm residue is collected, carbonized, and fixed into soil. Research outline is based on how palm residue is handled currently, and optimal collection method will be developed. Residue with high moisture content will be processed using hydrothermal carbonization in demonstration at the bench plant. The process will be evaluated so that commercialization is based on real-world conditions in Indonesia. Palm residue collected from plantations and oil mills has the potential to fix 300 million tons of CO2 per year. Hydrothermal carbonization and soil fixation can drastically reduce Indonesia's CO2 emissions, mitigate the program waste disposal, and increase palm yield through soil amendment. Ballroom is conducting biomass research in Indonesia, so a collaboration with them should allow effective technology development and implementation. Next, please. This is a joint research project between Japan University and University and Company and University Brawijaya in Indonesia. This project utilizes novel micropial strain suitable for decomposing oil palm residues. Furthermore, by applying genome editing and other techniques for strain improvement, the goal is to develop strains that can efficiently produce ethanol and other valuable compounds from lignocellulosic biomass. Through this approach, we aim to shift from simple residue disposal to the production of high-value materials such as bioethanol and xylitol contributing to virtuous cycle for both the environment and economy. This is a case of collaborative research with Indonesian experts specializing in the isolation of residue decomposing microorganisms. Next, please. Next, public call process. Next, please. I'll explain the RDIC process for launching a new project. NEDO begins by identifying several research issues based on a public request for information, policy needs, and its own technology strategies. Last year, 5 research issues were selected, covering geothermal energy, biomass, hydrogen, structure bonding, and power devices. The themes for the next call for proposal were announced at the end of last December. We plan to invite applications for the 4 themes listed here. Following a strict review by external experts, the ADAPT project are finalized. We do not accept proposal for just any theme. Each call begins with NEDO defining specific research topics. Before setting these topics, we gather input from many stakeholders through a request for information. Therefore, if you have a research theme you would like to pursue, it is important to provide that information to NEDO in advance. Geothermal power generation is a high-promising technology in Indonesia, so I look forward to joint research with Indonesia on such issues. Next, please. The schedule for the next public calls is shown here. The call for a proposal will be open from late January to late March 2026. We recognize that many projects have been built on the foundation of daily personal relationships among researchers. We hope that this workshop will serve as valuable opportunities to further strengthen these collaborative relationships. If you have already established research collaboration with Japan on the themes shown on the previous page, you will be able to participate in the 2026 call for proposal. If you wish to participate in a project in 2027, you will need to start submitting on RFI through a Japanese research institution around July 2026. Therefore, we strongly encourage you to begin discussions with Japanese researchers and partners well in advance. Next, please. This is a point to note when applying to RDIC. NEDO can only provide funding to Japanese institutions. However, by leveraging this framework, such as aligning the part of the project that require funding with Japanese research site, you can find creative ways to benefit indirectly from the program. Next, please. The last, my key message. Next, please. NEDO firmly recognizes international collaboration is crucial to accelerating innovation for industrial science and technology. We will continue to promote international collaboration to meet social needs and achieve sustainable development of our society. Finally, a message to Indonesia. Please take this opportunity to explore Japanese research and actively engage with Japanese researchers. Introduce this program to researchers you already know and look for opportunities to collaborate. In fact, introducing this program could be the starting point for new partnerships. Remember, by taking proactive steps, not only from the Japanese side, but also the Indonesian side, you can create opportunities to benefit from Japan's program. Thank you for attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Tetsuya. You may proceed back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the half of today's event. Before we have our lunch, I would like to inform you that for the afternoon session, we will have panel discussions. For that, please kindly gather in this room at 1 p.m. And now I would like to invite all participants to enjoy the lunch we have prepared outside this meeting room. Thank you, and I'll see you again at 1 p.m.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. datang.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our event shortly. Please kindly back to your seat. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, kita akan memulai kembali acara kita. Mohon untuk dapat kembali ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly back to your seat as we will begin our event shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the afternoon session. Before we proceed to the panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Adi Hermanu from Directorate General of Research and Development to deliver information on Hilirisasi Riset Program. Mr. Adi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon to our guests from Japan. And I apologize to explain the information in bahasa. Slide-nya mungkin, Pak Ahmad. Bapak Ibu, ini mohon izin, sebelum nanti masuk ke sesi yang berat lagi, kami tadi mohon izin Pak Dirjen untuk menyampaikan 5-10 menit terkait dengan informasi program hilirisasi. Jadi tadi setelah makan siang mungkin ritmenya agak turun nih Bapak Ibu. Jadi coba nanti setelah sesi kita nanti kembali ke fokus kepada program terkait dengan kerjasama Indonesia-Jepang. Mohon izin slide-nya Pak Dimas. Sudah? Ya, next silahkan. Jadi terkait apa yang tadi disampaikan Pak Menteri, Ibu Mamen, dan Pak Dirjen bahwa salah satu fokus di Dirjen Risbang, ini mohon izin Pak Dirjen saya menyampaikan, adalah terkait dengan program hilirisasi riset. Dan salah satu direktorat di bawah Pak Dirjen adalah Direktorat Hilirisasi dan Industri. Jadi next slide, kami izin memulai dengan arahan dan kebijakan Presiden, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kalau kita lihat ada beberapa kata kunci di sini, pertumbuhan ekonomi, kemudian terkait dengan bagaimana kita lepas dari jebakan negara middle income, kemudian kita punya 13 tahun untuk lepas dari situ, dan juga yang terakhir juga adalah bonus demografi. Next, saya mungkin agak cepat ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi Presiden Pak Prabowo itu ingin riset kampus dukung hilirisasi riset, dan juga Pak Menteri beliau menyampaikan tadi di sesi remark bahwa hilirisasi riset itu menjadi salah satu fokus beliau dan disampaikan juga oleh beliau pada pertama kali beliau dilantik, sehari setelah dilantik untuk menyampaikan kepada para pimpinan di perguruan tinggi. Next, Bapak Ibu. Begitu juga di Astacita, Bapak Ibu sekalian, salah satu yang menjadi perhatian Presiden dan Wakil Presiden adalah bagaimana melanjutkan hilirisasi riset, terutama dalam meningkatkan nilai tambah produk-produk di domestik. Next. Dan kalau kita lihat bagaimana loncatan untuk kita menjadi lepas dari negara middle income adalah salah satunya adalah bagaimana kita menguasai teknologi. Kalau kita lihat di dalam grafik bagaimana hingga kurang lebih 8 kali ya Bapak, lebih dari 8 kali, 10 kali lipat untuk menjadi negara high income untuk terkait dengan indeks teknologinya dan juga jumlah peneliti yang dibandingkan dengan jumlah penduduk. Kalau kita lihat lebih dari 5 kali lipat yang mesti kita tingkatkan. Next. Dan kemudian ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita lihat Pak Dirjen membuat sebuah orkestrasi, kemudian memfasilitasi pendanaan, memberikan insentif-insentif. Kalau kita lihat, kita melihat aliran dari hilirisasi ini Bapak Ibu sekalian, di riset dasar terapan program BIMA dengan segala improvementnya Pak Ketut, dan sayangnya tanggal 5 kemarin sudah ditutup dan alhamdulillah lebih dari 100.000 Pak Dirjen proposal masuk, itu luar biasa antusias dan minat Bapak Ibu dosen. Tetapi kita punya yang baru di sini Bapak Ibu sekalian dalam rangka untuk membuat bridging. Kalau dalam hilirisasi riset kita kenal banyak lembah-lembah kematian Bapak Ibu sekalian, maka next hilirisasi lanjut next hilirisasi hadir di sana untuk menjembatani Bapak Ibu untuk proses hilirisasi baik yang komersial maupun non komersial. Kemudian lanjut, dan ini selalu sebenarnya disampaikan Pak Dirjen terkait dengan orkestra, bagaimana beliau membuat sebuah orkestra untuk memperkuat ekosistem riset dan pengembangan. Jadi kami di Direktorat Hilirisasi dan Industri fokus kepada yang ada di sebelah kanan Bapak Ibu dengan baik bantuan supporting pendanaan APBN maupun dari LPDP. Nanti akan kami jelaskan lebih lanjut. Next. Jadi ini juga framework yang selalu disampaikan Pak Dirjen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, terkait dengan program kita di hilirisasi riset. Jadi kalau sebelumnya kita punya dana padanan, mungkin Bapak Ibu juga pimpinan di perguruan tinggi ataupun para dosen pernah mengajukan dana padanan. Dengan begitu baiknya kita mencoba mengkolaborasikan antara Bapak Ibu sebagai akademisi di perguruan tinggi dengan industri ataupun dengan pemerintah atau KL, tetapi kita membuat sebuah terobosan lain. Jadi yang ada ini yang sudah baik ini kita coba bagaimana kita mencoba menggeser lingkup dana padanan yang berada di TKT. Kalau kita bicara tingkat kesiapan teknologi 4, 5, 6, 7, maka sedikit demi sedikit kita coba dorong Bapak Ibu sekalian. Sehingga inisiatif program ini dimulai di 2025, Pak Dirjen, Pak Direktur mencoba merumuskan sebuah skema baru. Jadi kita sebut program hilirisasi riset dengan ada 3 pendekatan sebenarnya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi yang pertama dorongan teknologi, ini berbasiskan sebenarnya adalah teknologi yang sudah ada di kampus Bapak Ibu sekalian. Coba kita dorong, kita buatkan jembatannya supaya bisa hilir ke arah komersial ataupun bisa membantu masyarakat melalui sebuah kurasi atau kita menyebutnya pra-FS. Jadi penelitian yang dihasilkan di kampus Bapak Ibu akan dibantu, difasilitasi oleh kementerian dengan mendatangkan tim pakar. Tim pakar yang ahli di bidang yang tidak teknis ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi tim pakar ini tidak membantu terkait dengan konten penelitiannya, tetapi membantu terkait dengan hal-hal yang bersifat non teknis. Ada terkait dengan ahli pasar, bagaimana membuat sebuah model bisnisnya seperti apa, kemudian keuangan, kemudian juga ahli risiko, dan juga termasuk kalau para peneliti mempunyai barrier di bidang hukum atau legal. Jadi kami bantu, kami fasilitasi pendanaan untuk tim pakar, datang ke kampus Bapak Ibu, membantu mengkaji, dan nanti hasilnya diberikan tidak hanya kepada kami, tapi juga kepada peneliti yang mempunyai invensi tersebut. Setelah keluar kajian tersebut, maka kami akan mengevaluasi hasil tersebut, akan kita lihat, dan kalau potensinya besar untuk dihilirisasikan, nanti tahun 2000, next tahunnya, tahun berikutnya itu akan kita danai untuk lanjut di TKT 78 hingga bahkan produk dengan mitra nanti yang tentunya sudah direkomendasikan oleh tim pakar. Jadi ini laporan yang existing Pak Dirjen kami laporkan bahwa laporan dari tim pakar sudah masuk, sedang kita kaji. Nanti akan kita lihat Pak Dirjen, kalau kalau mereka berpotensi untuk maju, itu akan kita danai tanpa mereka harus masukkan proposal lagi. Nah, kemudian yang kedua adalah pendekatan terkait dengan apa yang menjadi masalah di industri. Tadi Ibu Wamen juga sudah menyampaikan, beliau hadir, datang, kemudian mencoba melihat permasalahan yang ada di industri, dan ajakan industri ini berbasis kepada keinginan dari industri. Kami mencoba melakukan sosialisasi, bekerja sama dengan Kadin dan dinas industri di daerah. Jadi tahun 2025 lalu kita datang ke 6 wilayah Bapak Ibu sekalian, Makassar, Semarang, kemudian Jogja, Surabaya, dan Batam, serta di Jababeka. Kita kumpulkan kerjasama dengan Kadin dan kepala dinas, kita kumpulkan industri-industri, kita sosialisasikan, dan hasilnya Pak Dirjen, dibanding dengan penerimaan proposal yang lalu, kita mengalami 3 kali peningkatan. Jadi tahun yang sebelumnya ada 150 industri yang berpartisipasi, ingin dibantu oleh Bapak Ibu dosen. Tahun ini sampai 500-an. Mereka bervariasi. Jadi ada BUMN, BUMD, kemudian industri besar, kecil, menengah, itu masuk menawarkan produk yang ingin dikerjasamakan oleh Bapak Ibu. Kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian, skema ketiga adalah sinergi. Sinergi, kalau yang satu dan kedua itu kalau dalam konteks kemitraan kita anggap belum ideal karena belum punya mitra, maka sinergi ini sebenarnya adopsi dari dana padanan atau matching fund. Jadi tetapi kami berfokus untuk hanya proposal-proposal yang sudah ada di TKT minimal 6, jadi 6, 7, 8. Karena kalau yang di bawah itu sebenarnya tadi kita lihat dari aliran ada program Rikup, kemudian juga ada program terapan di Bima. Jadi di sinergi ini memang kita fokuskan untuk proposal-proposal penelitian yang memang sudah ada di hilir. Dan di sinergi ini ada yang komersial, jadi mitranya dengan industri, kemudian juga tidak lupa ada yang non komersial Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya produk inovasi sosial. Next. Nah, yang ini menarik Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi mungkin ini adalah salah satu forum kesempatan tadi Pak Dirjen menyampaikan, kita masih punya waktu ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mungkin Bapak Ibu nanti bisa share, di sini ada industri, ada Bapak Ibu dari pimpinan perguruan tinggi, Bapak Ibu peneliti, sampai tanggal 12 Senin, Pak Dirjen dengan berbaik hati sebenarnya yang sebenarnya tanggal 30 Desember kemarin kita close, tetapi ya ini bersamaan dengan Bima semuanya dan akhir tahun laporan, akhirnya beliau memutuskan mengarahkan untuk kita perpanjang sampai tanggal 12. Meskipun proposal memang sudah cukup banyak Pak Dirjen, tetapi juga Pak Menteri, Pak Dirjen fokus dengan hilirisasi, dananya ini dinaikkan 2 kali lipat Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi kalau peluang Bima 10:1, sebenarnya peluang di hilirisasi itu jauh lebih besar Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi silakan, ini Pak Dirjen mohon maaf, ini saya seperti sales Pak Dirjen. Jadi menyampaikan, mengajak Bapak Ibu mendorong dalam untuk melakukan riset yang lebih hilir. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa dicatat tanggal 12 Desember, jamnya biasa 23:59 menit. Dan tidak ada perpanjangan lagi ya Pak Dirjen ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu mohon silahkan benar-benar dicatat, disampaikan kepada dosen, dan silahkan pedoman semua petunjuk tutorial video itu ada di di aplikasi kami. Nanti mohon Bapak Ibu mampir. Ya, mungkin sebagian di sini Bapak Ibu sudah ada yang mendapatkan informasi, tapi mungkin juga sebagian belum mendapatkan informasi. Next. Nah, ini ajakan industri Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dari ajakan industri tersebut, dari 500 industri yang melakukan penawaran, sebenarnya kami kurasi, jadi tinggal sekitar hampir 400-an saja yang kami lihat layak produknya untuk nanti dikerjasama Bapak Ibu. Jadi ini juga ada pedomannya, Bapak Ibu bisa download, tutorialnya juga ada, dan bermacam-macam Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ada yang produk yang ditawarkannya cukup high teknologi, seperti misalnya PT PAL, itu mereka menawarkan beberapa produk yang ingin dikerjasamakan lebih kompleks itu, tapi ada juga yang sebenarnya produk-produk yang lebih sederhana Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ini bisa dilihat 8 bidang KSTI Pak Dirjen dan 10 bidang prioritas nasional ada semua saya lihat. Dan next, ini sebagai contoh ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu masuk ke hiliriset.kemdiktisaintek.go.id di ajakan industri, klik produk, maka akan tampil di etalase kami produk-produk yang ditawarkan oleh industri. Jadi bisa di-search nanti kata kunci atau produknya atau berbasiskan nanti bidang keahlian. Siapa tahu memang ini menjadi fokus Bapak Ibu di kampusnya banyak dosen-dosen peneliti yang memang risetnya, rekam jejaknya sangat terkait dengan bidang atau produk yang ditawarkan oleh ini. Dan waktunya sampai tanggal 15 Bapak Ibu ini, jadi Bapak Ibu masih banyak waktu untuk bisa melihat. Jadi terlihat juga misalnya Damri ada 1 pelamar sudah, tidak usah terpengaruh itu Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena nanti proses pemilihannya juga kami mencoba tidak hanya dari sisi reviewer yang kami tugaskan, tetapi nanti akan kami libatkan industri untuk juga sama-sama mereview, melihat mana pasangan yang kira-kira lebih cocok untuk bisa bekerja sama dengan mitra tersebut. Next. Nah ini juga, jadi seperti misalnya ini contoh OneJack MRI. OneJack salah satu perusahaan yang cukup besar di bidang kesehatan dan menjanjikan memberikan royalti yang besar untuk para peneliti Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi saya sempat ngobrol dengan general manajernya Pak, ini banyak diskusi, dan beliau cukup surprise melihat ternyata salah satu program CT scan itu dengan Prof. Dewo, Pak Danang di UGM, surprise melihat dosen kita juga punya teknologi, dan sebelumnya mereka memberikan royalti ke Jerman, tetapi setelah melihat ternyata potensi dosen-dosen kita juga cukup tinggi. Next. Dan kemudian satu yang program juga yang ada di kami di hilirisasi dan industri adalah pengujian produk ini Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi ada ini saya lupa tadi menyampaikan, tahun ini bedanya dengan tahun sebelumnya. Kalau tahun sebelumnya hanya dengan anggaran APBN, maka tahun ini ada anggaran LPDP yang juga diberikan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi Pak Dirjen menyebutnya ada hilirisasi riset prioritas dan hilirisasi riset strategis. Yang prioritas itu anggaran berbasis dengan dana BOPTN, APBN di 2026. Ketentuannya nanti disesuaikan dengan SBK, dan kita punya pilihan APBN. Jadi pengajuan proposalnya nanti opsinya tergantung Bapak Ibu peneliti mengusulkan lewat APBN atau lewat LPDP. Jadi dengan karakteristik di APBN yang dengan SBK, tetapi dengan LPDP nanti Bapak Ibu dengan swakelola dan juga bisa membeli peralatan. Platformnya yang prioritas sesuai dengan SBK, sedangkan LPDP Bapak Ibu bisa mengajukan maksimal hingga 2 miliar rupiah per tahun. Next. Ini sebentar pengujian produk untuk di TKT 5678 Bapak Ibu sekalian yang Bapak Ibu penelitiannya nanti butuh untuk diuji. Misalnya kalau di kesehatan ada uji klinis, uji praklinis, nah itu bisa diajukan di sini sebelum masuk nanti di hilirisasi. Next, waktunya seperti sudah lebih dari 5-10 menit. Ini Bapak Ibu kita lihat hasil dari 2025 dari Aceh hingga Papua, kita mengcover bahkan hasil matchingnya ada industri yang dari Papua ternyata ditangkap oleh dari Unhas dari Makassar. Next, kemudian kalau kita lihat sebaran dari bidang dan juga Pak Dirjen kami sampaikan bahwa ada kontribusi dari industri yang seperti misalnya matching fund yang tahun lalu itu masih ada bisa berbandingan 1:1, tetapi di hilirisasi kita minimal bisa sampai 1:2. Next. Nah ini sebagai contoh Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita lihat di sini ada kerjasama dengan Jepang. Ini salah satu dari Prof.Wayan dari IPB, Pak. Jadi Prof.Wayan mulai dari riset dasarnya, bahkan bekerja sama di program PHC Nusantara dengan Prancis. Ketika kami dulu juga memfasilitasi beliau dari riset dasar masuk ke terapan, dan sekarang beliau juga didanai di hilirisasi. Jadi roadmap-nya terekod, fasilitasinya mulai dari dulu zaman Simlitamas BPPTN, masuk ke applied di Bima, dan kemudian masuk juga di hilirisasi. Next juga, next. Nah ini juga sebelumnya contoh ini juga dari PENS yang bekerja sama dengan Wanjek, ketemu untuk alat koleksi darah. Jadi Prof. Rianto Sigit dari PENS ini ketemu di riset, dan kami harapkan nanti hasilnya juga bisa bermanfaat untuk industri. Next, Bapak Ibu ini aplikasinya di hilirisat.kemdiktisaintek.go.id. Silahkan mampir, nanti semua informasi ada di sini, termasuk nanti tahapan pengumuman dan lain sebagainya. Dan kami akhiri, karena ini sudah lebih 10 menit, saya sudah dikasih tanda oleh panitia di belakang. Terima kasih atas waktunya, mohon izin, mohon maaf jika ada yang kurang berkenan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the panel discussion of promoting and aligning Japanese technologies with Indonesian needs. I would kindly invite the panelists of this session, Professor Kikuo Kishimoto, Executive Director of Technology and Innovation Strategy of NEDO, Mr. Aunudin Syaba Fioktalamo, PE Manager of PT Denso Manufacturing Indonesia, Dr. Bayu Indrawan, Waste to Energy Innovator, Higher Education Council of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Danang Sri Hatmoko, Vice Rector for Research, Business Development and Cooperation of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Panji Nursetia Dharma, Technology Innovator from Sampurna University. To all panelists, we invite you to come on stage. This session will be moderated by Dr. Farid Triawan from Sampurna University. Please kindly come on stage. I will hand over this session to the moderator. Thank you.
Cek. Cek. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, MC. Thank you, everyone. I know the time is very delayed. I would like to propose for this first panelist, also I would like to invite Dr. Bentang Arif Budiman to complete the panelists, because we will have a bit unbalanced number of speakers for the second panelist. Therefore, Pak Bentang, would you mind if I invite you coming to the first panelist? Thank you, Pak Bentang, for your generosity.
Maybe you may sit here next to Professor Kishimoto. Ladies and gentlemen, please introduce, let me introduce myself. I am Farid Triawan. Normally, I am a lecturer in Sampurna University, now serving as the Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Technology. In this occasion, it is an honor for me to lead this panel session number 1. With us, we have Dr. Bentang, as I just introduced you. He is an expert in material science and engineering, majoring in mechanical engineering, of course. He got his PhD from Tokyo Institute of Technology. And then now he is very active in National Center for Transportation Technology, Sustainable Transportation Technology in ITB. So he'll be talking about the recent technology in transportation, in batteries, and etc. Next, as we know, our honorable speakers, Professor Kishimoto. Next to Professor Kishimoto, we have Dr. Bayu Endrawan. Dr. Bayu Endrawan is an expert in waste to energy innovator. He's an innovator, yeah, in waste to energy technology. He spends many years converting waste to energy and even establishing a factory of PLTSA, Bapak Ibu. Yeah, we will listen from him. And then we also have Bapak Aunudin. I call him Pak Au. Hello, Pak Au. Pak Au is our practitioners from industry. If Pak Bentang, Pak Bayu finished their doctoral from Tokyo, Pak Au also from Japan, but you're from Toyohashi. Oh, Tohoku, sorry. Tohoku University. He got his master degree from Tohoku University. He's now working for Denso Manufacturing Indonesia. Yeah, Pak? As a PE, product engineering? Production engineering manager in innovation as an R&D. It is very rare in Indonesia we have an R&D center from a foreign industry. I mean, Denso Manufacturing, Denso is from Japan, but Denso also set up an R&D center in Indonesia. And it is led by Pak Au. Thank you, Pak Au, for coming. And then we have Professor Danang. We all know Professor Danang. Professor Danang from Gajah Mada University is now the Vice Rector for Research, Business Development, and Collaboration, ya Pak? Okay, collaboration. But I invite him to sit with us today because I think he will share us some ideas, some technology on disaster, ya Pak? About disaster. And I think it is very related to how Japan handled the disaster prevention technology, and we'll listen from Professor Danang. Last but not least, we have Dr. Panji. Dr. Panji is currently a senior lecturer in Sampurna University. His major is in computer science, and he is a technology innovator in medical tools. He previously spent several years in Japan, and he would like to share some of his experience working with NEDO. So I think we have a very complete speakers today with us. After I let every speaker to give their ideas, elaborate their comments, and then I will also invite the audience to have a dialogue. And therefore, as Pak Dirjen asked me to emphasize on the bridge, ladies and gentlemen. Do you still remember when Pak Dirjen explained about the bridge? The bridge was a bit blurry. Yes, it is blurry because it is not yet there. So our job in this panel first, we would like to divine how is actually the shape of this bridge. What is the gap? What can we realize? Therefore, this Indonesia-Japan collaboration, and we have also NEDO here, can be established soon. And as Pak Menteri also mentioned in the beginning, next year we already develop a plan for a factory. Amin, ya Rabbal. Amin. Okay, without further ado, first of all, I would like to give the first chance to Professor Danang. Pak Danang, would you mind take the microphone? Yes, I will be just standing here. because as a moderator. Pak Danang, would you give us some of your, please elaborate your ideas, and maybe the backstage prepare the slides. Maybe Pak Danang will just jump around the slides. Would you give us some ideas on what have you built in terms of disaster technology in Gajah Mada, the frontier ideas, and yes, about the bridge maybe. Silakan Pak Danang.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much,
Yeah,
moderators, and ladies and gentlemen, and now our colleagues from different universities of Indonesia, and also a colleague from NEDO, Japan. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So actually, in this opportunity, I would like to little bit share. This is only a showcase, small showcase about what we have done in what we are doing in Sumatra now. So because I was asked by Pak Dirjen to share the UGM contribution on disaster risk reduction. But before that, I would like to highlight that the collaboration between Japan and Indonesia for us at UGM is very intense, very productive. So just for your information that Japan is one of the most favorite destination to our students as well as to our professor to do collaborations, not only for the teaching but more importantly on research. And up to now, the joint publication between UGM and Japanese university is the most productive on international collaboration. And up to now, we have more than 2,000 joint publication between UGM and Japan in terms of the research publication with the Kyushu University, with the Tokyo University, with Kyoto and other universities. But here, I would like to highlight that we would like to go beyond the joint research and joint publication. Thank you, Sensei, for sharing with us. So I think that the presence of NEDO for us is blessed in order to have the catalyst in order to enhance and accelerate our collaboration. So in terms of the disaster that occurred in Sumatra at second area, I would like to highlight that Pak Dirjen already shared to us that we have resources, we have abundance of mega biodiversity, we have abundance of cultural diversity, and we have abundance of geodiversity. However, we have also geospatial challenges. Since we are archipelagic countries, we have the 17,508 registered islands in Indonesia, so which is huge. We need to distribute our energy, the energy supply. We need to distribute food. We need to distribute health system. We need to distribute food and many sectors. So I think in the case of the Sumatra and Aceh disaster, we UGM would like also to contribute on developing 7 working group that we work very closely with our community, with our society at Aceh, at Sumatra Utara, and also in Sumatra Barat. So basically, we developed 7 working group that we combine the technological that we develop on rainfall harvesting, on water filtration, on providing the local shelter, temporary shelter, as well as energy supply for the local people. But more importantly, that we need to adapt with the societal need. So we use the strategy starting from the end. We listen to the need of the people. So I think this spirit we will also utilize on our innovation approach. We learn and also we listen to our society, to the market, what they need. Next, please. Yes, we combine with the technology, as well as we are providing the geodata, the geo AI. We are using the geo AI in providing the post-disaster risk assessment. We are providing the risk assessment, a settlement. And actually, we have the long history for collaboration with the Japanese institution as well as with DPRI Disaster Prevention Research Institute in Kyoto University as well. And I think this map is now utilized for the future development of Aceh and surrounding areas. Particularly that we need to protect our investment. We need to protect our result of the development. We have the source of the energy in Sumatra, for example, for providing the bioethanol, for providing our biodiesel, etc., etc. So the biomass, etc. So I think what learning from the Sumatra, we need also to prevent and also to protect our environment in order to make sure the sustainability of our investment and also innovation in the new future. So I think this is what we would like to share in very short time period.
Thank you, Professor Danang. May I ask you one more question? Do you know if we have main industrial player in terms of disaster technology? And maybe you have been working with, and what is your aspiration? Therefore, it can scale up larger and perhaps make more impact to the economy.
Yeah, actually, the technology that we develop for the disaster risk reduction, I think the technology that we need first for the energy supply, right? That we are talking now, yeah. And second, as about the food production and also food protection, and so also for the waste filtration and rainwater filtration, etc. But what we experience actually at UGM, we develop what we call it Science Technopark. Yeah, Science Technopark UGM. Science Technopark, thank you very much for Dikti for the supporting us on the Science Technopark. Actually, Science Technopark is not physical space, it's beyond physical space. It is ecosystem that we develop as the hub for laboratory, for innovation center in our campus, but also we would like also to connect with industry, right?
Thank you, Pak. Yeah, I think that is the very strategic move. We have the Science Technopark in Gajah Mada. We'll be listening about Science Technopark in more detail in the second panelist, ya Pak. Okay, thank you, Pak Professor Danang, for sharing us about the best practice in disaster technology. And yeah, we believe that not only Japan, but now Indonesia is facing a lot of challenges in disasters. Recently, we have big flood in Sumatra. Maybe this is something that we can discuss further. How can we communicate with Japanese society and share knowledge, share facts? Therefore, a new technology, a new chance for market is generated. Okay, next I would like, because Professor Danang mentioned about waste. When I see waste, I cannot forget Pak Dr. Bayu. So, Pak Bayu, you are an expert in waste to energy. I know that you have established some factories of waste to energy. What is your aspiration? What is your idea on this Japan-Indonesia bridge? Silakan, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Farid. Thank you, Pak Dirjen, for the invitations. So, can you show my presentation a bit?
Pak Bayu Indrawan Kanva, Pak.
Yeah, next. So I will highlight the next slide. This is the waste to energy technology exists in worldwide. So there are four main technology have been developed recently commercially that we usually know about the incineration. I think recent regulation about the waste to energy in ASDM Permen ASDM number 109 2025, it strongly promote the waste to energy implementation, but currently focus on the incineration process. But the incineration process itself is a mature technology, have been developed a long time ago.
Exactly.
So there is a very small opportunity for us to enter the market for the downstream on new technology. So the great opportunity there on two technology called hydrothermal and pyrolysis. That's not too mature compared to existing incinerator, but it's more fixed with our waste characteristics. Incinerator usually direct combustion, it's burned directly the waste itself, but our waste characteristic is more organics, roughly 60% to 70% organics, moisture contents roughly 80%. So it's not a proper way to do incineration process. So the hydrothermal itself can be produce some products like like solid fuel. It's called biomass, the renewable energy itself, and also the pyrolysis technology. So next, I will highlight a bit about pyrolysis and hydrothermal. As we know, maybe some of you, there Pak Samsiro, the expert here on pyrolysis, Pak Kunta dan lain-lain. So about the pyrolysis is the thermal decomposition using high temperature, but there's no pressure there. So it's fixed with homogeneous waste. For example, plastics itself. So we have been developed the first commercial implementation in Indonesia on 2013. We collaborate with a Japanese company called Cinco Holdings. That's the first pilot commercial plant in Indonesia. It's a 1 meter cubic reactor. Next. It's fully design engineering detail from a Japanese company, but 100% we manufacture it local in Indonesia. So that's the key point.
The manufacturing location
must be in localized.
Okay.
Localized. So this is the first pilot project for pyrolysis. Next, let me jump to the next technology called hydrothermal. This is pyrolysis is suitable for homogeneous waste, but the hydrothermal next. This is the some of the portfolio. It started from 2009 when I'm studying in Japan. I know the company who support our laboratory in Japan in 2009. During that connection, that between industry, company, and also market. So we can make some pilot project in Indonesia. So next, let's jump to the hydrothermal technology. This is some of our commercial plan in Indonesia since 2014. That 1 meter cubic, and this one is 10 meter cubic of hydrothermal. Maybe can you show the video so you can have a good picture about the hydrothermal technology. It can be produced solid fuel and liquid fuel, and also
so Pak Bayu, you have also built a hydrothermal facilities.
Yes, these facilities. So
Okay,
can you show the video
Please jump
itself,
to the
so you
video
can
slide.
We can have
click maybe.
Next. It's too technical.
Next. This one?
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
No, back.
Back one more back.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, please.
This is the first integrated waste treatment facility. Can you click the play? This is the first integrated
collaboration with Cinco Technic Indonesia. Cinco is, I believe, is Japanese.
Yes, Japanese company who supporting us in Japan before. So we do a technology transfer in Indonesia. So this is the hydrothermal technology. It's produced the solid fuel, solid coal-like fuel. It's can be input mixed waste, plastic, and everything. It's on 2014. It's collaborate with one of the biggest developer in Tangerang. This is there's no direct combustion, so it's like presto in our house. If we cook something with high pressure, mix waste, input on the reactor, you can see it's difficult for us to separate. Recently, difficult for us to separate the waste itself. So we should be treat the mixed waste So you can see many things there. You can see durian, plastic, and chapchai. Everything's there. Put in one reactor during 30 minutes process. The product will become a homogeneous coal-like solid fuel. So like this. The interesting. The smells is like a coffee, not like a waste. Yeah, and the most important thing is it's easy to dry because the bone water is already cracking. So about 1 to 2 days moisture natural drying, the moisture content will be under 15%. And it's good for coal-like solid fuel. So we can do pelletizing, we can do just bulky, and if it's mostly organics, it can be produced fertilizer. If it's much plastic, it's better to use it as a solid fuel, the coal replacement. So this is what we have been done in 2014, supporting by local developer company, and also support by JETRO and Tokyo ITPU. I think that's all. Maybe another next a bit video about this one. This is some reference about our Japanese partner about the
Smarecon.
Yeah.
I see.
It's called hydrothermal technology. I think this project also I see in NEDO project about the empty fruit bunch thing, the same technology that we have been developed before.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Bayu.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Pak Bayu is just showing us, demonstrating us how he start from research and finally delivering it into a factory. Just one more question to Pak Bayu. As you mentioned that incinerator, pyrolysis, hydrothermal was passed. What would come soon, Pak? That you think that in terms of waste to energy will be the frontier? Could you give us like maybe 1 minute's elaboration?
Yeah, about the waste to energy should be first the technology advancement. Yeah, there one empty fruit bunch that like NEDO already have been done with Tohoku, I think, Sensei, yeah, in your presentation before, and also Pak Dirjen presentation. The agriculture waste is a big opportunity here, and also another things about conversion of agriculture waste to become dimethyl ether. So this is
dimethyl ether.
Dimethyl ether, because dimethyl ether can be replaced for the LPG. As we know, we import 70% to 80% of LPG now. Actually, we have the good raw material, including the agriculture waste and also low rank coal. As we know, in Sumatra we have many huge amount of opportunity of low rank coal that can be implemented as dimethyl ether using the pyrolysis or gasifications.
Well,
I think that's
I think yeah. Thank you, Pak Bayu. So yeah, we will see more on how I believe some of the attendants today are working on waste to energy and maybe have realized that now it is time to shift from pyrolysis, from hydrothermal to another new technology, and you might want to consider to collaborate with Japanese partners like what Pak Bayu have been demonstrated. Okay, thank you, Pak Bayu. Appreciate that. Okay, next I would like to invite the Japanese industry itself. Pak Au. Yeah. So Pak Au is working for Denso Manufacturing Indonesia. Why we invited him to join us today, because I know that how they are so active and proactive in doing R&D, even more active than the Denso Japan themselves. Correct me. Maybe I'm
not
wrong.
really.
Maybe but the way they do it, they contacted me, they discussed about a new idea, and they said that this is even not considered yet in Japan. I was like, wow. So Pak Au, please tell us about your activity in Denso Manufacturing Indonesia.
Thank you, Dr. Farid. But before I start the presentation, I would like to introduce about my company. Brief introduction also. Maybe all of you know car maker, but Denso, maybe some of you don't know yet what is Denso. So maybe please go to the next slide. Okay, so this is a Denso Group in Indonesia. Actually, we have 4 main companies, 3 manufacturing and 1 for sales. Denso Indonesia, Denso Manufacturing Indonesia, Hamadan Indonesia, and also Denso Sales Indonesia. We employ more than 8,000 employees in Indonesia. If you, we produce like a car AC, air conditioner. Yeah, this is mostly from us, especially for a car maker like a Toyota, Daihatsu, and so on. And for myself, I belong to Denso Manufacturing Indonesia. We produce DC motor. So if you have a car and the wiper, and then power window and power steering, it uses a motor, right? And the motor is produced in Denso Manufacturing Indonesia. As for your information, we produce 70% of our product for export. Yes. 70%. Only 30% for domestic. It means our product used not only in Indonesia, but also in Japan, in Europe, and even in America. So that's why we have to create something good. Otherwise, it will influence to global. Okay, so that's the situation regarding our company. So when Pak Farid called me, and then this share regarding our promoting and aligning Japanese technologies in Indonesia. Please go to the next slide. Okay, so I just make a brief. So we have a headquarter, but of course, all of you, if you hear regarding Japan technology, what comes out on your mind? Of course, first high tech, right? Precise, and then sophisticated. But what the opposite? Expensive, actually. yeah. This is a common sense. This is very expensive. Yeah, but when we discuss what the definition of expensive, for example, $1,500, is it expensive or not for you, Bayu-san? Yeah, in Japan, maybe not so expensive, because if we compare with labor cost in Japan, it's maybe only for one person. But if we use in Indonesia, it equivalent with 4 or 5 people. So it means if that technology will be invest in Japan, I think it's okay. But when we try to invest that technology in Indonesia, we will think maybe 2 or 3 times, because is it give a profit for us or not? Okay. So this is the situation in what we face. So as I mentioned, then Indonesia must increase product competitiveness in terms of QCD, quality, cost, and delivery. Yeah, of course, we have difficulty when we talk regarding cost. And then previously, we have a passive technology development. So we really depend to Japan. We really rely on to Japan, depend on our headquarters. But sometimes the result is not as our expected, not 100% compatible. Because some of our machine is not Japan, we modified. And then also we have a communication difficulty, for example, because we have to do like a remote discussion. So why we are not doing by themselves? So that's what in Denso we try to create. We want to create the culture actually. The fearless about failing and willing to try anything. So we ask to our engineer to try to make what in their mind. They think regarding technology and then try to make it by themselves. Of course, we send them first to Japan to learn the new technology, and then please try to make the same thing but with the low cost.
But cheaper.
Yes, cheaper. Of course, some of them
quality good.
Yes. Cheaper and quality good. So many people will say it's impossible.
Yes.
At the beginning, but try. Not only imagine, but try to make it even in prototype, with simple prototype. We encourage them. We give the we facilitate them with the fund. But since this is prototype, this is not a big amount of money, right? So when they try to make, the simple prototype, maybe not achieve the final goal, but at least they feel success because they can make something on their mind, previously abstract. And then now we have the things. And then we encourage them again and again, and then they will make a second prototype, third prototype, fourth prototype, and until the fifth prototype, and then it will become good. So this is the culture what we want to make. And then also the management involved, and then we supporting. But this is the difficulties. We are the manufacturing company. To make motor, yeah, this is our specialty. But in order to make another automation or utilize advanced technology like AI, we are not expert yet. So that's why in Denso we open the collaboration, like to Farid Sang University. We discuss with them. We have this difficulty. We want to implement AI, and even we also make the collaboration with BRIN. Actually, we make the MOU with directly to head of BRIN previously, Pak Handoko. Yes. And then also we have a make aggressive collaboration with university, not only domestic, but also for the foreign university. Now we are preparing MOU with Nanyang in Singapore. And then maybe in the future, some of Nanyang students will come to our company to do internship. Yes. Maybe this year we hope they will come. And then, yeah, that's the problem. I'm really happy today. Many of you share regarding technology, but since I belong to the industry, what comes out in me? Is it cheap? Is it competitive or not? Is it maybe because in my own opinions, some of you make a very good research, very excellent research, but I'm not sure yet it can be implemented directly in the company or not, because company of course try to find the best way. Yeah, it's cheap but bit and good. Okay, one for example, maybe next slide. No? Back? One slide, back. Oh, only that? Next. Okay, maybe not copied yet. So one of our collaboration with BRIN, also with Sampurna University, we try to create AI to check the noise inspection. AI, this is very new technology, and then we discuss many things, and we even publish a paper, right? Paper together. This is very interesting because one of industry, we can create a paper. But the next challenge, especially from BRIN, how we also contribute to national, like we know MBG now, right? And then one of the project we have to create like a dry, like a chili, something like that. So now Denso not only prepare product for automotive, we are now together with BRIN. Maybe if possible, we want to also join with this project. We try to create something, and then of course with the good quality and then also cheap, and then we can distribute to all island in Indonesia. So we can create good quality of the maybe farmer product. So yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the gap. So my suggestion maybe to all of you, when you try to create something to develop technology or the future technology, please also consider about Indonesia, because Indonesia we have to create something. We want to competitive. So far, Denso can create that. So that's why now the product consolidate in Indonesia. We produce here to send to other company. We want not only that our product, but also many product like that. So increase the national competitiveness. So that's all from me.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Au. Yeah. So Pak Au and his team has been very active in terms of increasing our confidence level in making prototype that is applicable in the industry. I work with his team making an AI tools for detecting machine fault using noise. But then how it is implemented in the factory is of course another difficulties. Yeah, thank you, Pak Au. This also remind me how Pak Bentang have been working so hard building a research center for transportation. So he's working with many automotive industries, breaking that valley of transferring from product in research lab into the market. I know Pak Bentang also have established a factory of electric vehicle. Please. So Pak Bentang, would you mind to share with us?
Thank you, Pak Farid. Maybe next slide. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, like Pak Farid said that when I was coming back to ITB, we are establishing the National Center for Sustainable Transportation Technology. This center is funded previously by the not Kemdiktisaintek, Ristek Dikti for 3 years. And then the idea is how we make sure that every collaboration in industry and government can be formalized at ITB, because you know ITB is really heavy in terms of the collaboration with industry, but mostly it's because of the professors. Yeah? Usually the professors come to industry and then do some collaborative project. And in terms of the transportation field, we have a lot of collaboration, but mostly it's not formalized. So when 2016, we are trying to establish the center and then try to get the funding to make a benefit to the institution. At this case is the ITB, and until now we already have a lot of the collaborator here. And next slide. Why this become big? Because before that, in 2025, thanks to Kemdiktisaintek, we also built the ITB Innovation Park. We have 4 fields, the main field, and then we have the office and also the lab in the 1st floor and the 10th floor. Yeah. So please just come to our university, just use the high-speed train, and then 5 minutes by shuttle, still free until now. So very nice building actually. Yeah. And next. So this is when we start in 2011. We got the quite a big funding from the USAID to establish the center. So the ceiling fund is $3 million US for 5 years, and we work with the MIT. At the same time, we also work with the University of Oxford. Maybe Pak Dirjen, you still remember this picture, right? So this picture become the very important picture because there's the Pak Dirjen, Pak Rektor, and also Pak CEO for this picture. So we learn with the Oxford and also the MIT because we want to make sure that we can be sustainable in terms of the funding. ITB would like to be independent with the tuition fee of the student. That's why we learn, especially from the MIT, how they can produce the profit without funding from the tuition fee. And one of the results is we built the company that sell and commercialize our IP, intellectual properties. And now we have the Pak Alam here. Actually, he is the director of the Reka Cipta Inovasi ITB. 100% shareholder is coming from ITB. Now he has, I think, billion project, rupiah. And the office is very small because they just sell the intellectual properties of ITB professor. So he got the profit from there. The biggest one is coming from the Pertamina. And next slide. And we also. This is also very important because we think that the collaboration in terms of the international collaboration doesn't have to be have the big funding. In the UTP, for example, we start from the small funding, but if you see the result, we have a lot of the Q1 journal, even the top tier journal, the article in the top tier journal. And still working until now, we also developed the ICAF, yeah? This is the conference. And the third thing is the collaboration with the Goshen. This is also very interesting. The Goshen first is coming from the Institutional Research Institute, and then they decide to go to the company. That's why they are really understand how important innovation, how important the research. And we got the funding at that when they are coming to Indonesia. I was sent to the Hefei to see their head office there, and we are starting with the working to make the battery pack design. And next one. And yeah, this is also from the Australia that we now still working on it. Australia is really good in the mining process, but they are also interesting in the recycling of the battery. We know that the next 3 and 5 years, the battery will be a problem, and we have to recycling it. So we work with the Curtin University to make sure that the efficiency of the process will be really high. And the next one, and our center also become a pioneer to do the collaboration with the ASEAN countries. So we are the founder of the ABTC. The first one is in the Nusa Dua, Bali. We make the conference. The second one in the Singapore, and the third one in the Phuket. This is very important because the keynote speaker is the Nobel laureate Professor Stanley on the lithium ion battery. And the next one, how about the Japan? Yeah. And yeah, actually we also working a lot of research with the Japanese company, especially the Mitsubishi Motors. When we discuss with the Mitsubishi Motors, they are now the safety is really concerned. They have a lot of technology, but how they can implement it, this is very important. That's why they give us some funding, around $100 US to do the survey and analyzing the type of the accident in the Indonesia, yeah. And this is the result. Then, of course, because of this funding, I went to Japan many times to the Tokyo, yeah. And the next one, and I think this is the last in Japanese. We also, I think, previously we have Hyoki here. Hyoki is the testing company, equipment company. They support us to develop the laboratory in the battery testing. We can see later if you come to the IIP, ATB Innovation Park. And the last slide, I think this is the summary that we want to share, why and how we can get the very fruitful international collaboration. The first thing is maybe we have to make sure that we have the mutual benefit. And the most important thing is sometimes it's really difficult for the MIT or Oxford to get the benefit from the research collaboration. Yeah, that's why discussion is really important for us. And the second one is the trust, yeah, because this is also important. Everyone is busy, of course, but how we prioritize the collaborator, this is very important. I always start to make a proposal if my collaborator can can reply my email less than one day. So if 2 days, 3 days, okay, let's do evolve the trust first because so most the collaborator we have the WhatsApp number, so we can even for very urgent thing I can share. And the third thing, we suggest to do institutional thing. Now ITB, at ITB the funding for tuition fee only 35%. I think this is the less. So we are the most independent institution from in terms of the tuition fee because we less depend on the student. And the last one, funding is maybe important,
Yeah.
but this is not driven. I think as long as we got the 3 points, we can have the very fruitful collaboration.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pak Bentang, one thing that I think I would like to hear from you, as you are working in the center, have you been working on ensuring that the product of the center can then transform into a startup and therefore can be delivered to the society? What are the challenges so far? And maybe you have some experience with Mitsubishi Motors or the other.
Yeah. So actually,
1 minute, Pak Bentang.
now at ITB we have a 4 scheme to make sure that our innovation can be implemented in the society. The first is we do the licensing. So we have the intellectual property and we sell it to the industry. The second thing is we create the joint venture. Joint venture means we spend the funding, but since the funding of ITB is limited, basically we sell our intellectual property and share as the shareholder. That is the second thing. And at this moment we have to include it in the commercialization, right?
Yeah.
The third thing is the joint operation. We didn't make the entity like the joint venture, but we do the collaboration. We have the product and please produce it.
I think you mentioned a very important keyword there. Licensing, yeah, Pak, yeah. How can you ensure that the licensing is is processed smoothly? Okay, yeah, time is ticking up. Talking about startup, this is also why I invite Dr. Panji. Before then, I invite Professor Kishimoto to wrap up the discussion, and I may also invite one question from the audience, maybe those in the local government, because I know some local government coming to us, and maybe they can tell them their aspiration. Pak Panji, I would like to hear from you because you have experience in Japan very well, many years working with NEDO, making proposal, managing the funding, establish a startup, and now you decided coming back to Indonesia. What is your aspiration looking at today's topic? Please, Pak, elaborate.
Okay, can I open my presentation? Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. When Pak Farid told me to share my experience of building the Japanese startup using the NEDO funding, it's like bring back my memory in Japan. Yeah, can you go to the next slide? Maybe I will explain it quickly. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is our technology that I developed. We developed the EIT for the lymphedema, muscle, gastric, lung imaging. And also in the US, we developed the technology. Next slide. Next slide.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Yeah, we developed the technology to imaging the nuclear reactor using the electrical impedance tomography and ground penetrating radar. So we get the funding from the DARPA. So DARPA, it's like a NEDO for the military project. The next slide. Next slide. Yeah, here I want to share my experience in building the Japanese startup using the NEDO funding. So in Chiba University, we developed the TomoCloud. So TomoCloud means tomography using the cloud computing. Here, as you can see, we got 2 NEDO funding. The first one is, can you, next slide? Okay, so the first one is the NEDO TCP for IoT lab acceleration. So we got 20 million Japanese yen. And then the second award, we got the NEDO TCP program in 2021. So we got the grand prize. So as a, next slide. Next slide. Can you go to, So this is how our technology evolved from the lab scale to the startup. As you can see here, in the beginning we have the maybe technology readiness level of 3. We have a very bulky hardware, and then we got the funding from the NEDO IoT to develop the more compact machine. As you can see here, after 28, after we got the NEDO IoT, we developed the wearable EIT hardware, and then we developed the micro EIT hardware like this. And then at the end of the project, we got the GST start funding. This is the very big funding from GST. We got 100 million Japanese yen to make this kind of the product on the market. As I would say that the NEDO NEDO funding is like accelerate our startup company, because it not only gave us the money to develop the prototype, to develop the project, they also gave us mentorship, because as you can see, after we got the NEDO TCP, because can you go to the next slide? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, in NEDO TCP, because basically they provide the educational program like a mentorship to create the business plan. So after we make the good product, and then the NEDO help us to create the business plan, to find the investor, and then to advertise our product. Can you go to the next slide? So this is some of the activity that has been held by the NEDO. Yeah, first of all, as you can see, getting the NEDO project is like the magnet, because after we got the NEDO project, every year they invited Chiba University to do the exhibition.
Oh.
So after that, the
exhibition. This is exhibition.
The exhibition. After that, many industry come to us, such as MTG, Asahi Kasei, and Sysmex, come to our laboratory, and we refine our prototype, our product, based on the industrial standard.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Panji. So what do you have in mind? Now you are in Indonesia. You have that know-how. What is your expectation, knowing that now Professor Kishimoto is here, Anjo-san is here, and Pak Dirjen is here? What would be the key milestone or step that you think should be here? Therefore, a startup like you have now, can also accelerate quickly.
Yeah,
1 minute, Pak.
Yeah, first thing first, I also got the LPDP funding, 1 billion rupiah, for develop the product in Sampurna University in Indonesia. What I expected is the problem is in the LPDP, they only support us with the money. Okay, but my expectation is in the NEDO, they help us with the supporting system. They not only give us the money, but also the knowledge and know-how, how to accelerate from the technology readiness level 3 to technology readiness level 7 or 9. So another expectation for me, maybe because now the worlds are facing toward the startup creation. So I hope the Dikti or LPDP can facilitate us with the booth or support for the startup, because basically in Indonesia, what I felt is we like the support of these kind of things. And then the third one, regarding with the biomedical device, in the in the Japan or in the US, they are very supportive with the clinical trial, right? But the problem is in Indonesia, the support for the clinical trial is very low. Yeah, I hope there's like support from the government, because this technology is like new, and we need the proof from the clinical doctor.
The clinical side,
trial,
yeah.
So we can compete with the other nation.
Yeah.
Because, for example, when I was visiting associate professor at Jinan University in China, they opened the door to do the clinical
test.
test. But the problem here, there's
Thank you, Pak Panji.
Administration procedure for this kind of thing. Maybe
I see. So, Bapak Ibu, we have very holistic view. I'm afraid that I cannot entertain one or two questions, but I believe that we have already the complete view from how the innovators, Pak Bayu, Pak Professor Danang, and then how the industry talking, and then how Pak Bentang in the center making sure that the delivery of the research intellectual properties is licensing quickly to the society, and Pak Panji talk about his challenging condition now in Indonesia. Now, yes, now I think it would be very nice to listen from Kishimoto Sensei. How do you see this, Kishimoto Sensei? Do you have any suggestion? Do you have any maybe insight for us? Standing you as a professor in a university, standing you as a executive director of NEDO. Please, Professor Kishimoto.
Just my comment, I enjoyed your talk, actually. And also I would like to say that from different aspect. I came here in around over 30 years ago. Situation is much different from now on. So you are studying the engineering and changing very quickly. And also, today's your presentation not happened that time. So you can do like this way is a success of your study in the higher education. So people can change the society. And the people have a good ambition and change the society. This is my feeling from the educator. So this is one of the success of the higher education in Indonesia. So now is the next challenging. So you still have many issues. Today you talk about disasters, disaster mitigation, and also the human health, and also the engineering, manufacturing, many issues you have aspect. So, but engineering is a good spirit to tackle the problem and to solve. We always said, politician not to solve, just to throw out. So engineering are good people, and then solve the problem. So you are the very good person. So, and also that we need collaboration. And we cannot solve the problem by themselves. We need a cooperation. So today's topics is how we collaborate with Japan and Indonesia. So all of you are well known about Japan. You say you don't necessarily the fund. Just trust.
Don't need fund.
Starting point is not funding. Is a very important one. So meet together and facing the problem together and thinking about solutions. Then you apply to the funding.
I see.
So I'm thinking, so today is just thinking about from the viewpoint of the NEDO and the funding agency in Indonesia. You prepare a project, then you apply. It's not a good one. Before, set up the project, we need to discuss,
okay.
promote, generate a new project together. So that we hope to have such a kind of workshop between Japan and Indonesia. So some people can come to here, but also you come to Japan, supported by the government is okay. Then we are arranging some workshop in Japan, collaborate with Japanese university and also Japanese company. You already know about the Japanese company, so we hope to establish a new frontier project together. I hope to, and I hope you are doing this way. This is my comment.
Thank you, Kishimoto Sensei. It reminds me of one key word that Kishimoto Sensei taught me when I was in the university. He was promoting about transdisciplinary science and engineering. So he said that this is not interdisciplinary, this is not multidisciplinary, this is transdisciplinary science and engineering. So discussion make a new type of knowledge subject, and this will only be invented unless we talk together, discuss what we need, what are the problems, what are the challenges, and this is what we should do together. And that is the transdisciplinary engineering that I learned from Kishimoto Sensei, and this is what he just mentioned. And Pak Dirjen, I think Kishimoto Sensei has mentioned a very good invitation for us to visit Japan and have another workshop in Japan, and we'll see how can we realize this in the near future after this discussion. And I think Bapak Ibu, as the participants today, you also may have a lot of aspirations and ideas. How can we strengthen the collaboration, as what Kishimoto Sensei mentioned, and therefore we can come up with that new action plan. The new action plan is, I believe, should also be listened by the Japanese partner, and that is what we hope to have in the near future. Kishimoto Sensei, thank you so much. The participants, speakers, thank you so much. Bapak Ibu, I'm sorry that I cannot give you time for question and answer because the committee there has a stop. Yes, I know. So Bapak Ibu, please give a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. Then I'll give back to the MC.
Thank you, moderator, and all panelists of session 1. You may proceed back to your seat. Now we are proceeding to the second panel discussion with the topic Research and Development Collaboration Project for Innovative Industrial Technology. I would like to invite the panelists of this session, Dr. Bentang A. Budiman from ITB, Professor Sugiono from Universitas Brawijaya, Dr. Endro Yono from ITS Science Technopark, Professor Sarjia from UGM Science Technopark, Mr. Ismail Gamar, VP Technology Development 2 from PT Pertamina Persero, and Mr. Abdan Hanif Satria, EVP Corporate Business Development and Investment from PT PLN Persero. To all panelists of session 2, you may proceed, come to the stage. I would also like to invite the moderator of the second session, Dr. Anak Agung Ngurah Perwira Reddy from Sampurna University, to come on stage as well. Please give a round of applause. I will hand over this session to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are still have energy to discuss more on this session. First of all, thank you very much, Pak Farid, for moderating the first sessions. It was a very, very nice discussions. for the second sessions, we would like to try to discuss more and see a more concrete realizations of those bridge that we would like to build. So we're very lucky today to have like these honorable panelist speakers that I hope the audience can enjoy to see more perspective, because we do have we can see it from two different perspectives. Earlier we do have from the universities. Now we can listen from the perspective of our state-owned company, which is two of the biggest state-owned company representatives here. First is from the PT Pertamina Persero, Pak Ismail Gamar, as the Vice President of Technology Development 2. And the second one is from PT PLN Persero, Pak Abdul Hanif Satria. Abdan, I'm sorry, Pak Abdan Hanif Satria, Executive Vice President of Corporate Business Development and Investment. And if you want to give applause, please. Yeah, thank you very much. And we do have a representative from Universitas Brawijaya. Ibu MC, sorry, I think we do have one more panelist. Let me call. Is that okay? Yes, Ibu Professor Agustin Krishna Wandani. Please come to the stage, Ibu. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, because we would like to see the whole Indonesia's perspective on the collaborations projects. So the one would be from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Bapak Profesor Insinyur Sarjia. Thank you very much for coming, Bapak. And last but not least, from Institut Teknologi 10 November, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Endroyono EDA. Thank you very much, Bapak, for coming. Okay, so the way I would like to moderate this session is pretty much similar, but I hope that we can have some more discussion. So I know that you have been preparing several beautiful slides with a lot of information. So please, all of the panelists, let's try to make it like a brief and short discussions. We would like to try to invite some aspiration from our audience to have a more warm discussion. So I would like to invite first from Pertamina Persero, Bapak Ismail Gamar, to come up to the stage. Yes.
Okay, saya speak in bahasa.
Sure, Pak. Yeah, sure. Pak Ismail will talk in Bahasa. So I think Pak Anjo and Prof. Kishimoto, we will have like Pak Dirjen. This is my first time meet Pak Dirjen and ask him for help. Is that okay, Pak? Okay, so please, Pak. Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu semua. Izinkan kami untuk memperkenalkan beberapa inovasi riset kami dari Pertamina yang juga berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi. Sebelumnya kami mohon maaf dengan bahasa karena saya lihat di sini audiennya banyak dari lingkungan kita sendiri, jadi mudah-mudahan bisa lebih dapat memberikan informasi yang lebih detail. Ini mungkin secara general visi dari presiden kita adalah energi security, energi independensi, energi sovereignty. Jadi Pak Presiden Prabowo mengharapkan bahwa agar kita memiliki ketahanan energi yang cukup, kemudian independence, tidak tergantung oleh negara lain, dan juga sovereignty. Jadi energi ini kondisi ini dikenal dengan energi trilema, yaitu ketahanan energi, energi yang sustainability, dan juga energi yang mudah diperoleh, baik dari sisi terjangkaunya, affordability, maupun dari sisi harganya. Nah, bagaimana Pertamina mengimplementasikan trilema tersebut? Jadi Pertamina mempunyai dua visi, yaitu memperkuat legasi bisnis yang sudah ada, strengthening legacy business. Yang kedua adalah yang baru, building low carbon business, seperti yang akan kita bicarakan pada kesempatan kali ini. Nah, untuk yang memperkuat legasi bisnis, kita akan memperbanyak target minyak fosil seperti yang ditargetkan pemerintah kepada kami untuk 1 juta barrel per hari di 2029 dan seterusnya. Dan untuk low carbon business ini, pada kesempatan ini kami akan berbicara mengenai scale up biofuel ecosystem. Next slide. Jadi kami melihat bahwa Indonesia ini kaya dengan agriculture, Indonesia kaya dengan waste juga, dan juga Indonesia punya cukup geothermal energi. Jadi bagaimana Pertamina melihat kekayaan yang ada di Indonesia ini. Jadi Pertamina mencoba memprovide teknologi, juga investment untuk dalam hal research, dan juga implementasi. Karena kebetulan Pertamina adalah industri, jadi untuk implementasi relatif mudah di internal Pertamina. Tujuannya apa? Tujuannya adalah ada improvement di retail fuel, ada juga improvement di jet and marine fuel, dan juga hidrogen serta electricity. Next slide. Ini sebagai background Bapak Ibu bahwa negeri kita secara angka itu masih kekurangan crude oil. Sekitar 40% dari crude oil kita masih import Bapak Ibu semua. Sekitar 400.000 barrel per hari untuk memenuhi kebutuhan kilang 1 juta barrel per hari. Nah, kenapa kurang? Karena kita masih impor gasolin Bapak Ibu sekitar 350.000 barrel per hari. Nah, jadi bagaimana kita dalam rangka tadi ketahanan energi, mudah didapat, harga murah, jadi Pertamina melakukan research juga yaitu dengan memblendingkan bioetanol ke dalam Pertamax. Bioetanol dari mana? Kalau sekarang kita punya Pertamax Green, itu memang kita masih menggunakan produk jadi. Tapi kalau dari in term of research, kita sudah menggunakan batang sorghum untuk kita olah menjadi bioetanol. Untuk riset batang sorghum menjadi bioetanol ini, kita bekerjasama dengan Universitas Mataram, karena kami melihat di sana banyak sekali tanaman sorghum yang dalam tanda kutip abundant sebetulnya. Jadi sorghum ini sebetulnya bulitnya bermanfaat untuk rendah gluten, batangnya bermanfaat juga, tapi dalam tanda kutip masih abundant. Nah itu banyak sekali di NTB dan di NTT. Ini sudah kita coba memproduksi bioetanol dari batang sorghum ini dan juga sudah dicoba di acara GIAS 2024 kemarin, 2025 dan sudah berhasil. Mudah-mudahan dengan dukungan dari pemerintah itu kita bisa meng-scale up tanaman sorghum ini untuk kebutuhan energi di Indonesia sehingga minimal kebutuhan impor gasolin kita dapat dikurangi. Yang kedua adalah jet fuel. Jet fuel ini dengan regulasi terbaru dari Corsia itu menetapkan bahwa pemanfaatan SAF ya, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, itu 1% di Singapura mulai 2026 dan juga 2% di Eropa mulai 2025 kemarin. Nah, untuk penerbangan internasional tentunya Garuda Indonesia dan Pertamina berkepentingan untuk memprovide bahan bakar pesawat ini dengan SAF. Apa yang digunakan oleh Pertamina itu dengan katalis hasil riset bersama antara Pertamina dengan ITB bisa mengubah dari minyak jelantah Bapak Ibu menjadi komponen SAF. Memang masih belum banyak, tapi ini suatu awal yang bagus. SAF yang sudah kita cobakan itu sampai sekitar mendekati 3%, itu sudah jauh lebih cukup dari kebutuhan minimum yang dipersyaratkan oleh Singapura, yaitu minimum 1%. Kemudian juga untuk yang diesel, ini dari pemerintah sudah memprovide biodiesel dengan memasukkan komponen FAME ke dalam biodiesel. Namun memang kami juga paham bahwa komponen FAME ke dalam diesel ini ada efek teknis yang mungkin juga sudah dirasakan oleh teman-teman industri. Jadi Pertamina memprovide adanya HVO, vegetable oil, hydrotreated vegetable oil yang bisa juga berasal dari HVO, juga berasal dari minyak jelantah juga bisa Bapak Ibu semua. Dan ini semua juga hasil kerjasama dengan teman-teman di perguruan tinggi. Next slide. Oke, ini sekedar portofolionya. Jadi pertama green yang tadi kita sampaikan, kita sudah mulai di 2025 kemarin. Dan juga untuk lebih memasyarakat penggunaan pertamax green ini, insya Allah adanya Glenmore nanti antara Pertamina dengan PTPN untuk memproduksi bioetanol. Kemudian yang untuk renewable diesel, ini sebenarnya risetnya lama bersama dengan teman perguruan tinggi di ITB. Jadi riset awal itu di 2014. Tapi sebetulnya kalau misalnya kita lebih ke belakang lagi, kerjasama katalis ini dalam rangka untuk memproduksi bahan bakar nabati ini sejak tahun 2001 Bapak Ibu, 2003. Jadi itu memang perjalanan yang sangat panjang. Sehingga saya berharap teman-teman peneliti atau para profesor, para doktor tidak cepat putus asa gitu ya. 2021 mulai riset, 2011 baru implementasi awal. Kemudian 2014 mungkin baru plan test, kemudian bergulir memang makin cepat. Jadi itu 10 tahun itu dalam membuktikan dari aspek teori hingga prototipe awal Bapak Ibu, 10 tahun. Itu pun karena resikonya cukup tinggi gitu, karena kalau di refinery itu ketika dia gagal, maka pabrik stop. Jadi memang ada cukup panjang evaluasinya. Jadi ini yang mau saya tekankan bahwa riset juga mungkin tidak bisa hanya 5 tahun, 6 tahun, bahkan mungkin bisa cukup panjang, tapi selama kita menilai ini ada sesuatu yang strategis, maka why not kita coba terus-menerus untuk melakukan improvement gitu ya. Nah jadi untuk yang renewable diesel ini adalah di 2014 ini pertama kali kita coba dengan RBDPO di RU2 Dumai hingga 7,5%. Jadi dulu tuh kita sudah berpikir tentang renewable energy sebetulnya. Ketika belum ada rame misalnya Paris Agreement segala macam, kita sudah mulai. Kemudian juga di 2022 kita sudah mulai memodifikasi kilang Pertamina dengan Green Refinery fase 1, dan selanjutnya mungkin mudah-mudahan di Januari ini ada groundbreaking untuk Green Refinery tahap 2. Kemudian yang SAF juga demikian. Ini katalisnya sudah kita coba sejak 2014 dan ketika uji coba yang 2020-2021 itu kerjasama tidak hanya Pertamina dengan perguruan tinggi, tapi juga ada PT DI, ada PT Garuda, dan juga ada ITB. Jadi memang tidak hanya dari perguruan tinggi dan industri, tapi industri juga bisa berbagai macam jenis industri bisa berkolaborasi menghasilkan suatu hasil untuk anak bangsa. Jadi ini perjalanan riset kami. Kemudian di 2025 kemarin kita mencoba mengganti bahan baku dari RBDPKO menjadi dari minyak jelantah atau yuko, karena memang RBDPKO karena turunan sawit belum diakui oleh Corsia. Dan jadi kita sudah bisa berhasil memproduksi SAF dari minyak jelantah, dan insya Allah mudah-mudahan pabriknya bisa di groundbreaking pada Januari 2026 ini. Mungkin terima kasih sekali lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the first presentations. Let's move next to the second presentations from PT PLN Persero. Bapak, please come forward and you can present the speaks.
Check. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to having me. Thank you for having me in this magnificent event. And representing PLN, my name is Abdan from Business Development and Investment Division. And maybe somebody can help me to show the presentation that we already prepared. So in this opportunity, I would like to share a brief industry perspective from PLN's perspective, how do actually we do the collaboration between research group, startups, and something that leads to innovation in power sector. Okay. Yeah. Next. Okay, I think it's the old one, but it's okay. So I will share a brief it's okay. So if we see PLN actually have some contribution, or we actually do have some platform to promote collaboration between industry and also research group and also startups. We have our platform, we call it PLN Connect. So we create a platform in which we can share we can actually give the opportunity to startups to actually test their solution, to become a test bed, yeah, to their solution. Is their solution is not only good in isolation, but is their solution is also good in integration into system. So, I mean, sometimes if you have the solution, it can be good, it can be running well in isolation, but if you want to test that in real life, you have to make it integrated into our power system. So, yeah, research, deployment, and also business impact, it was 3 consecutive process that we try to promote in our collaboration between PLN, our company, to research and development industry. Next. So, and we also want to say that as a system operation, innovation need to be able to scale up, okay? So we require improving enterprise capability, not just only running more experiment, but also we have to see how can the technology is actually have the capability or compatibility with the institutional situation. What do I mean by institutional situation? We talk about the procurement thing. We also talk about the regulation, compliance, and everything. So sometimes the problem or the stumble, the challenges is not on the technical problem. We don't have the lack of idea. You know, we have a lot of idea, but sometimes when we have a new solution and you face that solution into real life industry, especially when you talk about state-owned enterprise, there is something that you have to also put into account, namely the compatibility with the institutional challenges, regulation and everything. So we also need to test not only the integration in terms of technical, but also integration with the institutional situation. Next. And through PLN Connects, we also have some success story and also challenges. The thing that we put here actually few, because in real life there is a lot of failure compared to the success. So for instance, we have numbers of startups that already came to PLN. We share the problems, we share the information, and we test the solution. And not all the startup can have that kind of ideal situation. Some of the startups indeed, ending up have the commercial collaboration with PLN, whether PLN as the off-taker. Okay, sometimes we're not really have the ability to freely act as the off-taker because it's the regulation that actually limits that. But we can also collaborate the things that PLN have and the startup that offers new technology, and we can go to market together. So for instance, we have collaboration with some of the startups that give the solution in which we can actually reduce the risk, the cost and the risk to oversee our transmission assets. So previously we have transmission asset. The location sometimes very inconvenient because you have to access the location which don't have ample access. It's really hard for you to access that point. But we have that kind of technology, the drone that can be controlled and can have flying time that quite long enough, and they can have the mappings. So we can obtain the data, not only the data on the terrain, but also the situation on our assets. So it will give PLN the ability to make better decisions on our assets. Next. So PLN actually still have this kind of platform. We still invite our partners, future partners, to explore collaboration. And of course, in the beginning, we are doing research together. So it's like non-binding agreement, but we can co-create value. We can also share insights. We probably coming from a different industry, so we can have different experience also. We can share that. And also we can unlock new opportunities that probably, that's actually part of my specific job in PLN, to actually see what is the new opportunities that can be created that previously non-existent, but we can probably create something new because of the technology. So that's kind of, things that we try to promote. Next. And yeah, that's the material that we can actually share with you on the updates of PLN. How can we collaborate further, and also the thing that we already done, and what is the challenges. Again, to wrap up, I can share to you that the problem sometimes is not about the technical, but when it comes to real world in industry, the new technology or the innovation need to be able to have the ability to integrate with the current system in the industry. So sometimes new technology, new innovation can work very well in isolation, but when we test that into, for instance, in electricity grid, there is a lot of variables that we need to put into account. And secondly, we also need to put into account the compatibility on the regulation, the governance, the compliance, because sometimes contracting is also difficult for a new technology to be actually deployed commercially. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Abdan and Pak Isman from PLN and Pertamina. So I think like from these two sessions, from both our state-owned company, we see that the practicality is important to be applied, and for research to be applied, it also needs long-term commitments. So with that, I think now let's see the perspective from our universities and the science technoparks and what has been done in the collaborations. So I would like to invite the first and the next panelist would be from Brawijaya University. So yeah, so it will be Professor Agustin Krishna Wardani. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so please, Ibu, come forwards. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, maybe. Oh, yeah, ini. Okay, I am Agustin from Brawijaya University, so I came here with my team, with Professor Sugiono and Dr. Dias. Okay, actually today I don't prepare well my PPT because suddenly the committee asked me to share briefly how can I get the NEDO's funding project. So maybe a little bit different with other speaker. So here I will share the chronology, how we can get the NEDO's project funding. So in my team consists three parties. So the first one is Setsurotech. This is the biotechnology company from Japan, and this is a spin-off of Tokushima University. And the second party is Tokushima University, and the last one from Brawijaya University. So we have three parties. This process starts when the Setsurotech and Tokushima University interest with my research in focusing in bioprocessing. So it's related with the saccharification and fermentation of palm oil waste to bioethanol. And they know from my publication, and from there they contacted me, and regarding the possibility of collaboration, and regarding for the application for the NEDO funding. So after that, we have some discussion by Zoom. It takes about 4 months or 5 months until we have the proposal, the final proposal, and sending to the NEDO. And fortunately, we are successful to get the funding from the NEDO. So the topic that align with our interest is Project 2, using the sub-team P related to high ethanol producing microorganism utilizing oil palm residue. So we focusing on the palm oil waste to be converted into the bioethanol. And the most interesting thing that I accept the offer from the Tokushima University because I love microorganisms so much. So that's why I will collaborate with you because in this project, we try to isolate the robust microorganism that can convert the palm oil waste into the bioethanol. And the focus is the xylose, not glucose. Why xylose? Because the xylose is the 5 carbon in the cellulosic material. And normally, the microorganism cannot use the xylose. That's why we try to find the unique microorganism can use the xylose as the carbon source when we use the palm oil waste into the bioethanol. Why we use xylose? Because the xylose also we consider as a major fraction in cellulosic material. If we ignore the xylose, so the higher productivity and the higher yield of ethanol can be low. That's why this is, the goal of this kind of project is getting the efficiency process of bioprocess. That's why this is, I'm interested in this topic. Next, this is other theme. Next, this one. And actually, the activity of this research just start from this month. But I already performed the activity 2 or 3 months before. And now the status is we already get the microbe, but we should improve the performance of the microbe. So this is the activity. The research period is from December until the November 2028. And we try to make some kind of step of research. So the first step is the creation of the microorganism catalog. So we try to have some microorganism which have the performance to use the xylose as the carbon source. And the second one, we try to discover the microbial genes because in this project also we try to perform the editing genome. So we try to modification of the genetic from the microorganism because if we get the engineered microbe, we should use only one microbe instead of the 2 kind of microbe. Because if we don't engineer, the normal microbe only can use the 1 kind of the sugar source. So if we can modify the microbe, so we can use 1 microbe have the 2 kind activity using the xylose as well as using the glucose. So this is more efficient. And the third one, improving the microbial utility through the multiple modification by using CRISPR-Cas. So we don't want to claim that our microbe as the GMO microbe. Using the CRISPR-Cas, we can consider the modified microbe as a non-GMO. And the next step is about verification of lignocellulosic biomass utilization. And the last one, we have to optimize the genome editing factor from our isolate. And the challenge of this project actually is the normal microbe also cannot tolerance with the inhibitor from the cellulosic material, such as the toxic compound. So in this case, we try to find the microbe that can have the higher tolerance to the toxic compound from the cellulosic material. I think this is the goal of this kind of project. I think that's all I can explain with you. And if you have some question, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that one is from Professor Agustin Krishna from Brawijaya University. Next would be from Professor Insinyur Sarjia, PhD IPU from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Please welcome, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Pak Biar. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the chance for me to present as part of our maybe UKM Technopark, because I'm not as the director of UKM Technopark, but I'm a part of the maybe implementation unit that we implement the vision and mission of UKM Technopark. I'm from a Center for Energy Studies that we are focusing, of course, one of our research is to develop the national hydrogen ecosystem. We learn from maybe also presentation from Prof. Kishimoto that hydrogen is actually one of our future energy, kind of energy that it can be energy carrier, and it can also be part of our raw material for our industries. We have maybe at the time we visit to Netherlands, we visit to Germany, and then Taiwan, China, Japan, and just hydrogen is our future, because if we talk about the energy storage, maybe a battery is maybe the issue is about the raw material for the battery may be very limited in the future, but hydrogen can be part of energy storage that maybe also can support our energy transition. Next. Yeah, this is just brief information about UKM Science Technopark that we are part of our maybe in the innovation that we would like to innovate in one kind of energy that we are focusing now. Next. Okay, why we choose hydrogen as maybe our focus research that it already maybe several years ago, because Indonesia has great renewable energy potential, as also maybe mentioned by Pak Dirjen, that we have a huge of geothermal potential with capacity 28.5 gigawatt, but maybe now the implementation is still maybe 10%, maybe from Pertamina, also maybe from PLN, which because from the implementation of geothermal, the company, I think Pertamina is the biggest company who developed the geothermal, and then Pertamina is the, PLN is the off-taker of this energy. But now the issue is still maybe the competitiveness of geothermal, because if we compare with the existing electricity costs, with basically now based on the fossil fuel with coal, geothermal is maybe still much higher, so sometimes it's difficult to compete. But we can see what is the potential of application, especially maybe if we talk about geothermal in some specific area that remote and then difficult to evacuate. So maybe one of the issues is hydrogen can be part of that. And then hydro with 94 gigawatt, and maybe this hydro also in mostly in Papua and then in Kalimantan, where the demand of electricity in there is maybe not as big as the potential demand of the hydro. That's why hydrogen we choose as maybe a good energy carrier and can be used as feedstock, fuel, and can handle the intermittency of the, if we talk about the PV and wind, the fluctuation of PV and wind can be stored in the hydrogen. And then for long-term energy storage also. So the development of green hydrogen in Indonesia is relatively new compared to the other renewable technology, but it's actually already in our regulation, also in our energy transition roadmap. That's, I think, the overview of hydrogen coming from maybe electricity, which coming from renewable energy, but also coming from nuclear or other potential resource of renewable. And then it can be used for many applications. Next. This is maybe some data that why decarbonizing industries based on hydrogen is also a very big demand in there. 1.75 million ton hydrogen per year, and then mainly for fertilizer production process in Indonesia. And then in the world demand also still growth up to 2050. And yes, we have to maybe for hydrogen economy and market share. This is the mastery of technology, and that's why we have to have maybe the ecosystem that hydrogen will be part of our maybe future economy, because now we are maybe still in the research area. And then next, this is the hydrogen utilization potential. As we can see that there are many maybe application, and the level of confidence and also the level of readiness, as you can see that maybe aviation, shipping, steel, methanol, fertilizer, there are many applications related to hydrogen, and we want to go to green hydrogen because the existing hydrogen is still based on fossil fuel. Next. This is maybe a roadmap for energy transition to carbon neutral. You can see that hydrogen is already in our national planning. So the question is whether we are ready to go to there, because in 2030 they are target 328 megawatt hydrogen, and then 2040, 2050. But the current situation, we are maybe still very small production if we talk about green hydrogen. Next. Yeah, I think this is the hydrogen in Indonesia, the current maybe research agenda, and also in which position now our maybe base position. Next. This is the demand of hydrogen to show that the demand is very high. I think this, and the issue why our research group, actually this research group is led by Prof. Dindarianto, which he get big funding from Inspirasi, which is focusing on production, utilization, and storage, because the issue of hydrogen research is in this area. Next. And as maybe Prof. Kishimoto mentioned also that if we would like to implement the technology, especially maybe we talk about the hydrogen, there are some issues that's very complex related to the legal economics, especially in the legal aspect. Now we are in collaboration with maybe international philanthropy. We developed the regulation, draft of regulation in Indonesia in collaboration with Directorate of New and Renewable Energy. And there are some research that we have done and previously supported by philanthropy, and also with, I think, PLN, and also with Pertamina. We have collaboration with Pertamina, Pak Ismail Gamal, maybe with in RTA, Pertamina Research Institute, for feasibility study of hydrogen production from geothermal. At the time, we have a case study in Ulubelu. And then we also have a comprehensive green hydrogen readiness assessment for electricity and industry sector in North and East Kalimantan province. this is still ongoing research with supported by one of the philanthropy in Indonesia. And yeah, there are some other techno-economic research that usually if you would like to implement hydrogen with still cost is price is still high, the most important is techno-economic, and of course legal is also the other things. And then for technical issue, Pordin and team, I think in here Pak Aksin also part of this research. Next. Yeah, I think it's the same as previous roadmap. Next. Yeah, but as I mentioned before, but we need more commitment still needed in developing hydrogen under the national energy system. And then we also need social awareness related to importance, economic, safety, benefit, and deployment of hydrogen, because this is new energy, and there are some issues related to the social acceptance. But now there are no integrated facilities from production, storage, utilization as piloting a project. We support PLN to conduct the feasibility study of hydrogen production from geothermal with Ulubelu geothermal plant, and at maybe now still in the progress, maybe Pak Ismail Gamal maybe part of this research from Pertamina. And an integrated system is needed as the foundation for national hydrogen system. This is our vision, how we develop the what we call hydrogen valley at Yogyakarta. Next. Yeah, this is our dream that we would like to develop an ecosystem, hydrogen valley, as become a global phenomena with integrated project emerging all around the world. And this is some data that we can see that in other part of the world, many countries, there are also many hydrogen valley, 30 valleys from 18 countries, Japan, and then Germany, China, many countries that, yes, they would like to also implement hydrogen, and they also have hydrogen valley. We learned first from Netherlands at the time, Groningen University, they developed the hydrogen valley also in there. Next. What we have done for our bishop. Next. Yeah, we, as I mentioned that Pak Din, Prof. Din has big project supported by Inspirasi, coming the funding from Indonesia, LPDB, and then this collaboration with Nanyang Technical University, Singapore, in collaboration with Pertamina, and then 4 university, ITS, UI, Institut Teknologi Bandung, Universitas Indonesia, and also Andalas. This is a big project and big team for conducting this research. Next. This is some maybe issue related to the production, storage, and utilization research area. This, when we would like to develop the hydrogen, of course, 3 of this area have to be done for research focus. Next. And this is the facility when we develop in collaboration with PLN, also supported by Inspirasi. We develop like container-based laboratorium to develop and product the hydrogen. Next. Yes, this is some scientific output report, because Prof. Din and the team is very productive. So there are also scientific report, but also patent. One of the, maybe this, the right side is international patent, which produced by one of the member, Pak Majid, Akmal Majid, when he studied in collaboration with Eindhoven University. Next. And this is some other activity. We have a summer course special how to develop the ecosystem hydrogen at the time. The participant, I think more than 50 coming from industry, also from academia, with the topic as can be seen. Next. And then this is our participant, also for lecture from
from professor from Groningen, and also at the time from QSU University also, as a part of the professor who delivered the topic. Next. Yes, this is our collaboration with Pertamina Geothermal Energy, because one of the issue if we talk about the hydrogen is how to utilize the geothermal effectively, efficiently. And then next. Yeah, this is our activity when we discuss with our colleagues from TU Delft, and then also from Eindhoven, Aachen, because at the time we are focusing on hydrogen research, so we visit to some laboratory that related to these topics. Next. Okay, this is some other activity with our colleagues and our partner from Europe. Next. Yeah, this is our strength, as I mentioned before, that we have, I think, enough big partner. In ASEAN, we have Nanyang Technological University and also Kyushu University. Our member, I think 2 of our professors is coming from Kyushu alumni, focusing on geothermal. Next. Okay, that's why at the time we proposed Hydrogen Valley, Yogyakarta, as the ecosystem for developing national hydrogen ecosystem in Indonesia. Next. This is, I think, just a vision mission of our center and our Hydrogen Valley. Next. Yeah, this is the ceremony at the time, because we collaborate with Groningen, and then also one of the research center, Ekadin, we call, to develop the center as the foundation or the founder of the Hydrogen Valley. Next. Yes, this is the manifestation of this Hydrogen Valley. We hopefully that it can be hydrogen national integrated national hydrogen ecosystem in Indonesia from this center. And some issue, of course, the first one is it can be pilot plant. We can handle some technical issue, but also we handle social and legal economic issue, because our center coming maybe the members from 11 faculties, the mainly of course engineering, and then from legal, social, political science, and also economics and legal. That's why if we talk about the how to make the ecosystem of hydrogen, we have a full team that's maybe comprehensive. Next. This is our connectivity so far with many partners from European and also from Asian university in Singapore and also in Japan. And we collaborate with Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and then Pertamina and PLN. And of course, we open for other maybe collaboration with all of maybe the participant and also another parties. Next. Okay, yeah, I think this is just for the research that we collaborate with our maybe partner from MIT, focusing on metal powder combustion, and part of this one is also hydrogen storage via iron. This is a research area of one of our member, Akmal Majid, that already have international patent for this research. Next. Yeah, just information about what is the metal powder combustion using practical burner, and then what is the utilization in maybe energy transition. Next. Okay, next. Yeah, I think the last. Yeah, I think this our presentation. Thank you very much. I beg to Pak Wira.
Thank you very much from Professor Jia from UGM. One thing that I could highlight from his presentation is that the importance of building ecosystem for research to be impactful. So there should be collaborations that support each other, that adding value to those collaborations. So last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Endriono EDA from ITS. Please welcome, Pak.
Thank you. Wow, it is always nice to be the last speaker. May I have your spirit? Semangat pagi! Well, today we have learned about one word that we talk along the day, that is collaboration. So Pak Dirjen said that science and technology is not enough without collaboration. So my theme this afternoon is talking about the place or ecosystem to be built to create a good collaboration and sustainably collaboration. This place will be called as STP, Science Technopark, or in ITS we call it Kawasan Science Technology. And this terminology has been proposed in around 1940 after around World War II, that in Stanford University. And in Indonesia, we have had a program, we call it 100 STP. That now we don't know how much STP we have today, but as I know, we try to reinstall and also reset our knowledge about STP with 5 pilot STP with this Universitas Indonesian STP, ITB STP, ITS, UGM, and IPB in Bogor. So we do hope that with 5 STP we will have a pilot that possible to be reference for other university or included province and city to develop their own STP. Bapak Ibu, if we talk about STP, ITS is one of university that has STP. So if we talk about in ITS, we talk about maybe one of STP model in Indonesia. That's why I have proposed to Pak Dirjen also, someday we have to document our regulation about what is exactly STP for Indonesia. Because I've been in France 6 years, I've been in Japan, Kumamoto Daigaku, we have in China many times. Of course, every country will have their own system, and the consequence of the different system will be influence in how their business process, how their operation, and how they can contribute in our economy, for example. If we talk about the STP impact, so it will be depend on how we manage STP. Just for example, in ITS, we are very happy, and maybe less than ITB, 48% from our revenue already came from cooperation, for example. This is a good number, but I think we need more than this, just like Stanford, MIT, etc. So I think I will give you little approach from ITS, especially for university that has planned to have STP. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so in ITS, if we call STP, we think we need to play, not only directly talking about impact innovation product, but we start to do talent development. So for example, during Haiti ADB project, up to now we have around 600 talent that has been beneficiary from our ADB Haiti project in terms of training or bridging. Second task of STP is product development. Of course, we have so many examples today from every unit that present in this stage, that all result will be shown as product. So in ITS also, we try to develop technology product by using one approach that now we have 4 clusters in ITS. So not directly talking about product, but we talk about prioritize using our cluster. Our first cluster will be maritime cluster. So just last week we talked with National Planning Agency, Bappenas, that ITS is chosen as one of maritime center for national development. The second cluster will be ICT and robotic cluster. Very important to talk about semiconductor, talking about artificial intelligence, talking about robotic, talking about IoT, etc. So in ITS, second big cluster will be ICT and robotic. The third cluster in ITS will be automotive cluster. That in this cluster we talk starting from energy, transportation, control, and etc. The last cluster in ITS is creative cluster. This cluster will be one important thing if we need to sell our product to the market. We can imagine if I am electrical engineering, have product PCB, electronic PCB without casing, it will be impossible to go to market. So we need talent from creative cluster to develop this system. Next. Okay. So we understand that it is impossible to gain our goal in a very, very short time. I think we have to be realistic. In ITS, we think to be in 2025, we start to talk about incubation stage. In 2017, we start talking about STP. At the time in ITS, we have one area around 19 hectares that has been selected as area of STP. So we do hope that start from 2027, this is the year of completion date of Haiti ADB project. So starting from this year, we do hope that ITS will entering development phase. So we start to talk about real product from STP. We talk about how to collaborate massively, etc. So this is illustration that we need to plan everything well before make some action, because if we talk about that valley, naturally because of our fail in the plan to develop our STP. Next. Okay, so for Bapak Ibu that university that want to have STP, at least we have nine aspect important to be decided. One of them is institutional strengthening and governance. Governance very important. So that's why I asked to minister to have a regulation or a policy about what is STP in Indonesia. because now every minister also talk about the STP, but with a very, very different angle of view. So this is important to talk about governance. Second aspect will be capacity building. So that's why in ITS we start with training and bridging for around 600 talent in Korea, China, Japan, Europe, Malaysia, Thailand, depend on their interest and depend on the subject. Next, we have to develop our infrastructure. Now in ITS, yeah, we have opportunity to have good enough infrastructure. We start with the research center, that's now Office of Directorate of Innovation. After that, we have every cluster, we have a new building. So naturally, we have 8 building for 4 cluster in ITS that we plan in 2027. We start with real product for teaching factory robot in ICTR, ship factory robot in Maritime Center. We have a specific healthcare center in ICTR also, etc., etc. So maybe we can say that facility or infrastructure not so important. In other side, I think this is important to have facility, good facility to facilitate our activity in technology downstreaming or commercialization. Next. In ITS, this is our approach. We have 100 of laboratory in ITS. We have also 12 research center. We have 10 excellence center, PUI PT. In normal operation, all of this unit will be independent unit. So that's why in ITS we start to have cluster to link all activity created or resulted from laboratory or excellence center. And this year we start to talk about many national priority to make STP or cluster has impact direct to governmental program. For example, in pangan, food, this month we will have a special launching for autonomous tractor. That Indonesia we have a program 1,000 hectare farm. So the Minister of Food want to ITS to create autonomous tractor to be there. In kesehatan or healthcare, we have PUI PT AI for healthcare. So product healthcare and biomedic has been developed there. And I think during pandemic, we have also already contributed. In defense, from ITS, we have so many contribution about defense product. In maritime, of course, now maritime will be one of ITS icon in Indonesia. So in RPGMN now, STP will be one of important word, and also maritime also one of important word there. Red material, AI, semiconductor, etc. has been processed in STP ITS. Of course, we do plan that we will start to accelerate after 2027. So now almost all teaching factory under construction. We need to with equipment, even if some teaching factory has already running well. Next. 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 So I think with NEDO, I think everybody here has same possibility to communicate and also to collaborate. For example, for ITS, by experience in RAIDI project with NTU Singapore, I think it is possible also to talk about project related to energy transition, but with NEDO, for example. Smart city and urban technology also possible to be developed together. So that's just example. So I think almost all STP in Indonesia, UI, ITB, UGM, IPB, and ITS of course, have already good progress. I think what we need now is how to optimize all potential. For example, if we talk about smart transportation, there are so many almost same product, but marketable by different way, etc., etc. After that, we compete each other, and the market will be lost, etc. So I think from ITS, I want to say that we have to talk about STP seriously, because this jargon, this terminology has been noted in RPJPN national medium-term plan. So we need to talk more seriously, to prepare and to follow how to make STP Indonesia will be like STP in Stanford, MIT, etc. I think it is very, very, very possible, and I think we have to have spirit to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, with the last presenter from Pak Endro Yono has been presented, we still have time to entertain the audience. If you have any comments, any questions, any thought you would like to share to enrich this forum, we do have two methods that we will utilize for grabbing your feedbacks as well as questions. The first one, we do have like online approach where you can put your questions over there to be archive, and then later we will answer those and then return it back to you. But for now, you do also have the opportunity to raise your hands up and then share some of your thoughts. Can we also ask from the previous panelists, Pak Farid, would that possible? Because the previous panelists may also have like some audience may have questions. Okay, so anyone from the audience would like to have any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, my name is Firman from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering, ITB. I would like to ask, we know that today's talk theme is about the collaboration between Indonesia and Japan. So I would like to ask for some maybe experience, especially from Bu Agustin and also from industrial, PLN and Pertamina. So for Bu Agustin, I would like to hear your experience on, because previously Professor Kishimoto Sensei explained about the NEDO. NEDO only can fund the Japanese institutional. So how did you get, or maybe if it is not started yet, how will you get the funding for research in Indonesia? So there is the first question. And the second question is for from our colleagues from PLN and Pertamina. Have you ever got the experience on co-collaboration with the same industrial partners from Japan, for example? Is it like co-funding, like both parties give equal funding, or like only the industrial from outside of Indonesia, from Japan, for example, like would like to invest some of technology to Indonesia, or do you have like co-collaboration or co-development program for certain technology? Because as we know, if we are talking about energy, I think there is no like more advanced country. We are still figuring out how we can work with these sustainable energy themes. Yeah, I think that's two questions from me. Thank you.
Saya ya. Terima kasih Bapak. Pertanyaannya sulit sekali saya jawab Pak. Nanti bisa polisinya mungkin bisa berubah atau tidak ya. Bisa tanya dengan Bapak Jakarta, NEDO Jakarta ya. Iya, pertanyaan itu saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya Pak ya. NEDO memang membiayai only Japanese side, Indonesian side no funding kan gitu ya. Ya itu pertanyaannya sama sebenarnya saya sampaikan juga. Cuman ya gimana, polisinya memang begitu. Akhirnya finally I have to find another way out. Ya cari find another funding. Dari mana? Ya dari BIMA, dari internal Brawijaya University dan sebagainya. Kami juga lebih bahagia sebenarnya kalau NEDO juga membiayai kita kan ya. Tapi itu policy mereka ya, nggak ngerti saya kelanjutannya bagaimana. Cuman sementara ini kami memanfaatkan funding sendiri. Jadi ya lewat lewat skema-skema yang ditawarkan dari Dikti, dari internal UB dan sebagainya. Ya. Jadi mitra kita mau menerima exchange, ya. Jadi Tokushima University membuka tangan untuk menerima visiting lecturer atau scientist atau mungkin mahasiswa. Itu belum kita lakukan Pak, karena kita mulainya kan baru Desember ini ya. Jadi ya yang penting adalah CRA-nya Pak, agreement-nya. Nah, di agreement itu Bapak harus agak ini, ya, itu sih yang menurut saya. Jadi kuncinya ada di agreement.
Baik, thank you Pak Firman dari mesin ITB Pak ya. Saya ingin bahasa lagi Pak ya. Jadi kalau kolaborasi kami dengan industri Jepang, dari Jepang, itu kami sudah lama berkolaborasi dengan Toyota Pak. Jadi kami sebagai oil company, pensuplai BBM, Toyota misalnya dari karnya. Jadi Toyota misalnya request, Pertamina coba dong Pertamax dengan bioetanol. Nah, kami riset dengan bioetanolnya, Toyota memprovide kendaraannya. Jadi memang in terms of university ini mungkin nggak ketemu Pak, demand-nya Pak. Jadi kita pakai uang kami sendiri, Toyota pakai mereka sendiri gitu Pak. Simpelnya gitu Pak, terima kasih.
Ya, so bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris Pak Firman? Karena semua ada bahasa Indonesia, saya bahasa Indonesia juga deh. Jadi mungkin spesifik dengan NEDO kami seingat saya belum ada ya. Tapi memang selama ini ketika ada agency, government back agency dari pemerintah Jepang yang mungkin ingin menyalurkan grant atau sejenisnya ya ke Indonesia, memang itu melalui institusi Jepang juga. Ada beberapa yang sedang kami lakukan juga, salah satunya dengan IHI Jepang, kemudian dengan Toyota Suso, bukan Toyota Motor, Toyota Suso, terus kemudian juga ada dengan Craftia, semuanya terkait dengan elektrifikasi. Dan ada beberapa yang memang di situ sifatnya pengembangan kawasan. Jadi tren ke depan itu kan ada beberapa yang kemudian aspirasinya adalah electrify gitu ya, konsumsi energi mereka. Nah di situ kami masuk dan memang itu tadi ada beberapa hal yang kemudian kita harus sesuaikan dengan institutional challenges tadi ya. Soalnya terkadang ketika mereka ingin mengembangkan teknologi baru, terus kemudian itu adalah teknologi yang menghasilkan listrik, terus kami diminta menjadi off taker, itu tuh sesuatu yang nggak bisa langsung kami terima gitu ya, karena ada aturan-aturan yang memang cukup ketat mengatur hal tersebut. Jadi experience-nya sekarang itu sebetulnya malah lagi banyak gitu ya, kami lagi ongoing. Outcome-nya belum ada, jadi karena ini masih ongoing, nanti mungkin di kesempatan yang lain ketika kita bisa ketemu lagi, mungkin beberapa bulan ke depan kita bisa share beberapa outcome yang mungkin bisa kami ceritakan gitu ya, karena sekarang masih ongoing. Terima kasih.
Any follow-up question, Pak Fajar? No? Yeah. Anyone from the audience would like to ask some more questions? Okay. If not, you still can have like a feedback to our events today, as well as questions. If you still have, we can answer it later for you. So with this, I would like to give some conclusions on the second sessions today. We learned a lot from our honorable panelists. From the industry, we can see that successful innovation projects should be industry-driven, yes, Pak. So because it will be impactful if it is come from the problems that we face in the industry. And then from the perspective of our researchers and universities, it is very important to have like the anchor, the ecosystems that's supportive from the universities, so that it will be like have a good support, a collaborative support. And with those being set up, we also need the ingredients from governments, where it should be enabled by a good regulations that's supportive for these innovations to happen, as well as a good funding. Therefore, it's safe to say that event like this, we can have like some more actions to build a consortiums, to build a supportive ecosystem that support impactful innovations. So that would be the conclusions that I could deliver. Let's give one big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much, and I will give it back to the moderator, MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and all panelists of session 2. You may proceed back to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our event today. To close this event, we will hear a closing remarks from Dr. Fauzan Adziman, Director General of Research and Development. For that, I would like to invite DG Fauzan to come on stage for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think we are about to Japanese style closing, because I think we are 9 minutes to the schedule, which is pretty rare for Indonesia, but very good that we achieved that. We aim to finish at 4 o'clock. So it is also good for me so that I don't need to speak too long. First of all, I summarize a little bit of takeaway points that we heard from the minister. He said that commitment of Indonesia, we would like science and technology, especially through research and development, so that our industry, so many industries in Indonesia, either they are large, but they're not doing a lot of technology-based development, or they are small with technology development, but they're not large enough. So what we would like to do is we would like to focus, trying to focus 5 or 6 that we would like to build together, especially through this continued discussion after this workshop. So for that reason, we would like to invite everyone to fill in our form. The form was, there was a QR code earlier. So we hope that if you fill in the QR code form, we will follow up with a few discussions, and one of which is the offer from Professor Kishimoto to see possibility that we have a consecutive workshop in Japan. And but we will prepare a few things along the way, and then the minister mentions as well, when we meet again next year, we would like to see some working results here. So hopefully today, with all of us participating, contributing to the talks, and we didn't have that much probably question and answers due to time, but if you have any questions, please do send us through the form. And also through the form, we are asking questions about whether you have relationship already with, say, Japanese universities or industries. And as we mentioned before, we have a new program that we will fund our Indonesian side if you have relationship in terms of projects with Japanese universities or Japanese industries in Japan. This will probably increase our interactions with Japan more and more. And then Kishimoto Sensei mentioned about the importance of NEDO's looking at Indonesia at the moment, which it means that it is ready, or NEDO is ready for collaborations and then expand as well existing program. Bu Wamen mentions of us the urgency. It is the time, and it's important that we follow up with concrete plan. And then Anjo-san explained very important key programs that potentially we can be part of, and one of which is a call for proposal is ongoing from January to late of March. So one that we would like to facilitate is to collect expertise of member joinings today, and then that through that scan, and then we will try to match with NEDO's project, and we also discuss to link up with JST project. Yeah. So there will be collaborations, hopefully through NEDO and also JST at the same time. And then from our team, Adi explained about our call for proposal that we are still opening until 12th of January. Please do make use of the program. We increased number of budget, so Pak Adi didn't mention, so we increased number of budget from 300 billion rupiah last year to around 600 billion rupiah this year, so twice of last year. So hopefully more people can be involved in that project. I just received confirmations from our team that for BIMA research program, it is more competitive this year. Unfortunately, we received 118,000 proposals. So that is for basic research, Sensei. So we have 120,000 proposals that we received that we closed yesterday. So that will be highly competitive because last year we received around 60,000, so doubled this year. But for projects with industry, we received last year around 3,000 proposals, so much lower, which means there is more chance if you are probably applying for the Hili Riset, yeah, rather than Bima Penelitian. So please do make use of the program. And then from the panel was great. Thank you very much to Pak Farid and team of panel 1, Professor Danang with amazing UGM is doing very well, as always, disaster management, and then also from Denso, Pak Au, Pak Bayu, we waste to energy. I think we'll be in contact, so now I know. And then Pak Panji with experience in Japan startup, amazing. I think we need to have a chat as well. And then Pak Bentang in resilience, in his resilience in developing program for many years, yeah, in developing his research group at ITB. And then Kisumoto Sensei mentions that across 30 years, he is seeing some growth in Indonesia about our higher education, which is, we thank you for your continued support on that. And then we, I think, learn a lot about, before we set up a project, it is important in terms of the thinking process, involvement of people, and also that includes industry and also universities. And then in panel 2, Pak Wira did a great job with Pertamina New and Renewable Energy, doing bioethanol, SAF, and HVO. And then we saw as well PLN is very active in terms of adoptions of technology. University of Brawijaya actively working with Tokushima University for the next 3 years. So we are happy to support to Universitas Brawijaya if you need our support from our funding from Indonesia. And then UGM with national hydrogen is, I think, something that we would like to replicate more in Indonesia. And the last from ITS, one of what we see as a very active science and techno park in Indonesia. So that is, I think, summing up what we've had today. And then in terms of action items, so we will now, hopefully, please do participate in the form. And we will do split into a few working groups, maybe that 5 or 6 that the minister mentioned. And then we will form some more detailed working groups to link and match between our capacity and also interests of NEDO and also GST. And then also we will discuss at the level of G2G with NEDO. And then at 5 o'clock we'll be meeting CTO of Danantara, so we'll get also engagement with Danantara with the consortium that we are building. And then last but not least, we will follow up, hopefully to meet Kishimoto Sensei in Tokyo. So thank you everyone, and then hopefully this is not first time and last time. This should be first time, and then hopefully much more of our meetings in the near future. Thank you very much again for coming. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, DG Fauzan, for the closing remarks. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's event, on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, I sincerely thank all participants for your presence and contributions. I hope this event could bring a valuable knowledge and benefits. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan Rahayu. Arigatou gozaimasu.